Hello.
Hello.
Hi, everyone.
It's us, the
It's
people
us.
that you knew that you were tuning in to see. We're
Well.
Chasing Tell. We're gonna have a little bit of chat and chill beforehand, and we're gonna start playing in the next 10 or so minutes. So go get a drink, get some food, or just hang out with us
Get
before we
some
play some D&D.
tea.
Yeah.
Get some tea.
I feel so organized. I
Nice.
actually wrote up a full schedule for the game, like what happens at what times.
Wow.
My general I've got all the social tags. I've got all the. I mean, I won't show this bit. This is my plan for the session laid out. So I'm not swiping between.
Yeah. Shush. How about you just show us that?
There you go. Oh, there you go.
Oh, no.
Spoilers.
It's
Wait,
fine.
sorry.
You could read Andrew's handwriting anyway.
What time does Markos die?
He doesn't die actually. He just stops existing.
What time do rocks fall?
Wait, Andrew, didn't that happen in the last campaign that you ran with what was it, Jess? I think her name was.
I think.
Brad's girlfriend at the time.
Yeah.
She jumped in for one session and then that was it.
So for kind of those who went there, one of the previous games we were in, a friend of ours came to join and brought their partner with them, and I was like, yeah, sure, go for it. But this person hadn't really played before and ended up being really quite confrontational.
And we were level 8 at the time, so it was really
like-
hard to get into a new character for someone who'd never played before.
Yeah, so it was hard for them to jump in on a new character, but their response to being a bit confused was to get quite confrontational and aggressive, which isn't really something which I'm happy at, our table. So I had a brief conversation of hey, I don't know that this is the right game for you to start playing D&D on because it's high level and whatever else. And then her character had rocks fall upon her to erase her from the canon.
Despite the fact we were on a boat at the time.
Yeah, no, they were at sea.
Meteorites.
We were meteorites from
Yeah,
space.
I mean, if you think about it, the meteorite
Space
that
rocks.
killed the dinosaurs was the OG rocks fall, everybody dies.
That's true.
The DM was just done with their shit.
Yeah.
Absolutely done.
I mean, to be fair, that party was pretty OP.
Yes, that was horrific. That was Andrew, baby DM, being really excited at throwing magic items at people, and
We
man,
just had too much power.
you had too much power.
Literally, from the get-go, my barbarian had a magic maul, which did
From the gecko.
it did an extra 1d6 damage and could knock people prone.
Yeah, it was
It was wild.
it was a lot of fun.
I feel like-
It made balancing encounters impossible.
Yeah, too many magic items. Looks at Maple.
You're getting
Yeah,
no
why-
more.
Why would you just give
I'm
someone a
not
magic
attuned to
item?
anymore, so it's fine. I don't need any more. It's chill.
If I throw in another powerful magical item that doesn't require attunement around, and Maple's I'll take that.
You'd be like, no.
The bow will whisper to you, "Hey, maybe don't though."
When you take it, the bow's image shifts, and it's just a finger going back and forth.
No.
It's a bunch of rocks falling on Maple.
How
You guys
would
have
kill
magic
Maple?
items?
Yeah, what's a magic?
Yeah, man. Markos.
You have the fucking iron tie-up bandy things that you've
Yeah.
never used.
Yeah,
It's because I'm always fucking 100 feet away from everything.
that's
fair.
true. Why did we give those to the one person who stays the furthest away from the fight possible?
Because if someone
Can you
does
fire
get
them
up
from
to
your
me-
gun?
Can you shoot them from your gun?
I need to talk to that guy who was working on the experimental rifle shit and see if I can get an underslung, not grenade launcher, but iron bands of binding launcher.
I will say it might cost some money. It might cost some stuff. It might take some time. Short answer is absolutely yes. That sounds awesome.
Yes.
It's fine.
I just-
Just get the blacksmith to mod something for you.
I've realized that Markos is actually just a cross between Vex and Percy. It's like Vex and Percy's kid, right? So he's a ranger rogue. He's got a gun and the iron bands of binding, and that's it's just like male Vex with Percy's equipment.
Pretty much, yeah. That is a good point. I do take this time at everybody to just peruse your spells and your equipment. Remind yourselves of what potions you've got, what equipment you've got, just so that you're not kicking yourself later because you remember, oh, I had this potion that would come in super useful.
Let me
Also,
look at my spells real
to
quick.
everyone playing, but also everyone watching,
Oh man,
it's really fucking hot right now. Hydrate yourself.
Yes.
That's all I have to say.
With beer.
What's that? Water.
With beer.
Yeah, you can hydrate yourself with sin if you want.
we have
Great
mead, but
idea.
man, I don't like mead.
Delicious, delicious.
I bet it's very
I
mediocre.
could not wear my
God damn it,
Grebo
Jordan.
robe today because it's too hot.
No, absolutely, dude. The cosplayers look amazing, but
Mhm.
man, being in
Yeah.
full.
I mean,
Wow.
I've just got like the t-shirt on and the armor, so
It is a good
Okay.
point. Like we've had moments in different campaigns of like you're in a desert or you're in a really cold area, and like what clothes are you wearing? Because everyone gets like common clothes or fine clothes, and everyone has armor, and there's never an awful lot of thought into exactly how warm you, how like, because man, being in a desert in full chainmail armor is gonna suck.
Oh god.
Oh yeah.
Being in a
Oh,
desert
yeah.
in plate is going to suck even more because you
Mm.
generally, like, plate armor isn't just like a big hollow piece of metal you put
Oh,
over
yeah.
yourself.
Oh yeah.
You've got
There's,
all
like, a
the
lot of
layers of
padding
padding,
as well,
the
yeah.
harness.
Mhm.
There's a lot.
I was gonna talk about this. Propia Pants in the chat has beat me to it. Being from a tropical island, as her character was in Barovia, going up the mountain to the Amber Temple was
Yeah.
not okay. It's very cold up there,
I'm from a nice tropical island. Time to go up this very snowy, cold mountain.
and like everyone else in the party was wearing like full plate or like whatever. So like you're pretty warm.
And
But
now thinking,
Elsie
like,
was just like, I don't know, I'm from
Yeah.
the tropics, so I'm wearing like a dress.
and now think of like the edgy paladin that has plate armor, but it's painted black,
Yeah.
walking through the desert, just.
Absorbs all the sun.
They just walk through like
I mean, that goes from
The things I
exhaustion
do for
to
style.
fire, right?
Fire damage
it's just
from the sunburn.
you have heat metal cast on you by the environment.
Yeah.
The sun casts heat metal on you.
uh,
I mean, fair.
But it's the
Alrighty,
fucking
we're
sun,
just
so
coming
it casts it at
past-
9th level.
In the spell book, you cast meat metal.
Oh,
Meat.
that's
oh
oddly
no.
appropriate considering we're in the Gordark.
yeah,
Oh,
Pretty much.
gross.
the all veins in the Gordark are veins.
Mm.
Mm.
Yeah. Right, we've just gone past 6. Shall we get into some D&D?
Hell yeah!
I suppose.
Let us Dungeons
Also,
and
if
Dragons.
you're watching and you don't know, we're doing a giveaway today.
Yeah.
Go over to our Twitter and you could win this beautiful dice bag made by the Cognitive Merchant. Ooh.
Weirdly enough, other beautiful cosplaying folks at the bottom of your screens. What? Wow, incredible.
Yeah, so go over to our Twitter, follow us, follow them,
Where am I?
do the retweets and the likes and the things. We will be revealing. We will be announcing the winner after the break. So
Can I enter?
No, no. I believe
Nice.
if you are involved in producing Chasing Tales content, you are not
Exempt.
eligible.
Aw.
I know.
Hey guys, my twin Gordon would like to enter. Isn't that right, buddy?
yeah, I'd love to win a dice bag.
He's a lovely lad.
Well, if we see a Gordon Stavrakis in the entries on Twitter, then lucky him, I guess.
The spellbook version of Jordan.
Oh God.
I am a
But
spell.
for vague context, before we do move on, the Miss Spellbook is a fantastic homebrew item created
It is
by
so
our
good.
Poopy Pants. I believe it's Prue.
Yes.
Yeah.
Where as a
It's yeah,
reaction,
reworking.
well, you can, as a reaction to seeing a spell being cast, you can change one letter in that spell, and it changes the effect of the spell at the DM's discretion.
I believe you
Um,
can also do it to spells that you cast.
You can do it
Oh.
to your own spells as well.
You can do
It uses your reaction.
to your own
Yeah.
spell or to your enemy spell. You get like one of each use per day.
It's
So-
wild and hilarious.
So it's add, remove, or replace one letter, right?
I think so, yeah.
I think
It's pretty good.
yes. It depends. Sometimes it's just replace one letter. Sometimes you can also choose to add or remove a letter as well.
And the way Prue described it was that it was a big leather-bound book with the word "Spals" written on the front cover.
Spals.
Yeah, the way that you attune to it, you have to sign it with a misspelling of your name.
Oh yeah.
It's the best. I love it.
Alrighty, so with that, let's play something brief. I'm going to dive into a brief campaign recap of just kind of what's happened already so far, and then into what happened last time, and then delve into where we are now. So, I'm going to slap you guys onto the world map for this.
Whoa!
Slap.
Well,
Whoa.
slap.
Once upon a time, many months ago, Maple, Newt, Ashura, and Hope met in the capital city of Adigan. Newt, a warforged, produced by the enemy neighboring nation of Ulm, was not the most welcome. Maple, Ashura, and Hope stepped in to intervene and protected this new friend of theirs. They avoided conscription to this burgeoning, developing conflict by being signed into a different part of the army. But this part, the Royal Covert Commission, allowed a little bit more freedom. Taking this and running with it, they headed north to help Maple find her brother, Pine, and the bow that he had been sent to seek. Their journey took them across the Silveren Sea, doing crimes to earn gold to buy their own boat, the Selkie's Wrath.
Crimes.
They found their way to the pirate island of Leversuda, where they encountered Pine, with one less arm, one more shotgun, and a different line of work. Now joined with the pirates, he remained there, while the group headed off to collect and find this bow that they had been seeking, with an additional passenger, the half-orc, half-elf Hemlock. Heading east, they found an island infested with goblins and trolls, and they fought their way through this horde, slaying the goblin king Trollheart and finding this bow. On their way back, they decided to help out their new friend Hemlock by helping her find her parents. They followed tales and warnings of shipwrecks and found something a little bit more sinister. An insurgency across the kingdom and beyond of mind flayers, led by some taller, tentacled creature called Celophode. Eventually, with the help of an additional member, Markos, Astreva, the gunslinging scout from the army, they slew these mind flayers, saved Hemlock's parents, and decided to take a break. Their break led them east to Maple's home, where they met with this tribe of nomadic hunting gnomes. But they gained another friend, well, an acquaintance, Kalen, a defector from the army of Voln, similar to how Newt was, but with a look of madness in their eyes and prophecies of some great dark evil rising on the horizon. Returning from this brief holiday, they found Kalen. The tension within them burned to a... Things popping up, sorry. The tension within themselves burgeoning to a peak, where they stole some powerful artifacts from the party and vanished into the night. The party had left the kingdom for several weeks, but the kingdom had not stood still. The conflict with Voln coming to war itself, conflicts appearing along the borders. Fortresses were lost, some defended, and one besieged by a red dragon named Ivrinfar. The group travelled south, and with the help of the soldiers at that fortress, they slew this red dragon. From there, they headed back to the capital, hailed as heroes, bringing the head of this dragon as a trophy of this victory. Hope and Ashura departed from the party to go on a tour of the kingdom to spread this news and to raise morale of soldiers and civilians across the kingdom. While our remaining four, Maple, Hemlock, Markos, and Newt, were approached by two strangers, Grebo and Thea, of the travelling store, the Cognitive Merchant, to go and find some powerful magical crystals deep underground in the Gordark. This happened last session. Our adventurers, with their two new friends, ventured down an abandoned mine and deep into what would be the Underdark. But here, in the long-dead corpse of a mighty titan, is known as something else, the Gordark, where stone and flesh in the walls seem to exist as one. They ventured further down, encountering a strange, one-eyed, tentacled creature, hunting them with tentacles ranging out from the walls. They passed this. They found a lost creature with one baleful green eye that extracted secrets and hidden truths of the party while offering them some information in return for a very powerful arcane artifact traded away by Grebo. As this creature disappeared into the dark, the group continued, eventually finding themselves to where we begin today, at the edge of a large, pinkish, glowing lake. The dark vision upon all of you extends to 60 feet and then ceases, a wall of blackness enveloping behind you. But ahead, this patchy, dim light of oranges and reds and pinks sends almost a sunset of color rising from this pink lake. It vanishes to mist and to darkness, maybe 120, 180 feet beyond. This strange pinkish liquid lapping at this shore. You see on one side it kind of meets the edge of the tunnel that you're currently walking in. On the other side to your left it extends in like a slightly sandy shoreline that goes beyond. It is quiet for now. These tunnels are yours. What would you like to do?
I would like to leave Andrew's scary meat cave, please.
I mean,
And
the
go
tunnels are
somewhere
ours.
nice with butterflies and flowers.
No. We're
Okay.
missing out on a business venture here. If the tunnels are ours, as you said, we own them. That means that we can start building property on them. So we can start our Gordark business.
Hey,
Start renting a Gordark
Spreading
hotel.
out.
we
spreading
could
out our
start a
influence.
franchise, Gordark Burgers. You know?
No.
I don't think you want that.
I don't think anyone wants to eat
Guys,
that.
guys,
Come on,
guys,
Munch, in my
guys,
meat cupboard.
guys. We have a mission here, and we are paying you to complete this mission. So I suggest cracking on with things.
Oh, don't worry, that was out of character.
I was all in Markos's head.
Oh, I'm
Wait,
in,
that was out of character.
I know, but I'm in character.
I agree. We should get moving. This pink liquid, I do not quite trust it.
I mean,
Let's-
most of the
How's
liquids we've
everybody
encountered here have been
Mr.
acid of some kind.
Mr. DM, is there some kind of stick or long piece of thing around that I could
Stick.
pick up?
Just behind you, there is that kind of hanging forest of vines and lichen-like material that hangs down like veils of flesh as like an upside-down forest from the cave ceiling.
Okay.
You may be able to harvest something from that to suit your needs.
Okay. Yeah, Newt will kind of go to reach for a dagger or something, realize that he doesn't hold one on him. And
Take
we'll
my
turn to
short sword.
oh, thank you. And I will just like cut a bit off
Sure.
and then throw it into this lake to see what happens to it.
Sure. As you take a dagger and you cut this kind of soft, but you're still not sure if it's flesh or if it's some kind of plant matter. But as you make that cut, where it is still connected to this large thing, it kind of recoils and curls up slightly. The other end that you've cut off goes limp. Tossing it into the liquid, it kind of there's a slapping kind of splosh as it enters the water. It comes to float ever so slightly.
It doesn't
No fizzling or like dissolving or.
no
Um,
aciding.
Make a perception check.
That one big creature from outside the doors of Moria that like comes out. And then
Oh no, we already fought that.
I got
It came out of a
nat,
hole in the ground.
a nat 20
Yeah.
on the perception, so it's 26.
Oh,
Okay.
shit!
Hell yeah. You squinting forth with the magical dark vision bestowed upon you, I believe by Thea.
Yes.
You squint towards this organic matter floating in this pinkish liquid. You see the glow coming up from beneath it, from this kind of forest of stuff at the bottom of this lake. You do see very, very faint bubbles forming at the edges. It appears to be some kind of reaction, but not very strong.
Okay, I will.
Grebo would
Relay
like
us point that
to
out.
step up to the edge of the lake and
Mhm.
he takes out an empty potion bottle
Okay,
and just scoops some of the pink liquid into it.
go for it. You
And
have a
you
vial
can have
of...
a look and try and figure out if he knows what it is.
Mm-hmm. You can add a vial of gore water to your inventory, and make an investigation check. I'll say with advantage because of Newt's natural 20 and spotting the reaction of this.
What was it? Investigation?
Yes.
Where am I? I don't know. Yeah, 20.
20.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. So looking at this liquid up close and seeing how its viscosity and how it reacts and interacts with the glass of the vial, and also judging from what Newt has described as happening on this organic matter, it does appear to be acidic, but not strongly so.
Mild.
Weakly acidic.
Would I
It's
know-
orange juice.
It's orange juice.
Blood
It's
orange.
just
Would I know,
grapefruit
like-
juice.
Would I know what is making it like this? Like, its origins, as it were.
So make a nature check, and Hemlock, you also.
Okay.
Ooh.
That would be a 16 from
Uh,
Grebo.
16.
24 from Hemlock.
Oh, fuck.
Beautiful. So as this kind of this conversation and the passing of these different bits of information and this vial comes to the conversation around this shoreline, Hemlock, you recall a little bit earlier in these tunnels when inspecting and becoming fascinated by these different glowing and different kinds of fungus that grows on these walls. You recall one of them being slightly acidic.
Mm-hmm.
I think with all the fungus on the bottom of this lake, you can tell that there is something about the fungus is producing some acidic compound, which is most probably the source of the acidity of this lake.
Yeah. I will pass that on and I will kind of get out I took a sample of one of the acidic mushrooms and kind of compare it with the water of the lake and stuff like that.
They appear to be very similar. Not identical, and there are many other varieties of mushroom in this lake, but they look similar.
Mm-hmm.
And it has the same kind of pinkish coloration as the acid produced by the fungus that you collected earlier.
Well, do we need to cross this lake to get to what exactly was it you were looking for again, Grebo?
Oh, we need the blood. There's blood from deep inside that way.
Ah,
He points across the lake.
Didn't that creature say something about a lake when we were asking for directions?
I
Yes,
believe-
the Gnostic did warn us.
Follow the tunnel from whence the air comes, and then there was something about a lake. I can't remember what.
It wasn't very long ago in game, so
Mhm.
I'll give it to you for free. He just said, "Take caution crossing the lake."
Take caution
Oh.
crossing the lake.
Oh no.
It's probably fine. You shouldn't worry.
We just walk across, right?
Well, do we have
Wait, you
an
guys
easy
can do
way
that
to
too.
cross, or can we go around?
Do
Can
there
I-
appear to be paths around?
I can't see more than 60 feet, can I?
So you can see to your right there appears to be kind of no real shoreline. It kind of where the tunnel that you're in ends. It kind of goes flat to the waterside. Onto your left, you do see, however, like a maybe 20-foot wide, slightly sandy shoreline.
Shall we follow the shore?
Sure.
Yes, that's what I said.
Yes.
Follow the shore.
Shush.
Pariah kind of looking down over his nose down at the limits. I don't believe I have anything that can assist our crossing, I'm afraid.
Nobody brought a boat. Let's
No.
Can't say that I
Around.
did.
Didn't think to bring a boat.
let's go around via the shore, I suppose. Maybe we can see a better place to cross.
Sounds like a good idea.
Alrighty.
Nice.
What is your marching order as you progress down this left-hand shore?
I'll take the lead because I was at the back last time,
You are.
and I will be
Thea will be
scouty
at
boy,
the front as well.
Okay.
double ranger.
Newt will take up the back this
Okay.
time.
Cool. I'll probably go after the front boys,
Alrighty.
and then we'll just like sandwich Hemlock in the middle
Yeah.
nicely.
Make sure that she doesn't get too distracted looking at all the mushrooms.
So,
Doesn't just walk into the lake like, ha, mushrooms.
Newt at the back. Hemlock, who did you say in the middle?
In the middle.
Perfetto. I thought you were roughly from right to left, front to back on the map, just so mostly so I can remember. Perfect. Alrighty. As you guys progress forward, Thea and Markos, would you like to make perception checks at disadvantage, please?
I would
And
love
are you
to.
moving stealthily?
Shall we be stealthy?
Yes.
Yes, I believe we should. We do not know what is down here, and I would rather not come across another of those tentacle creatures.
Better safe than sorry.
If you wish to stealth, then roll me some stealth checks.
Oh, my perception is I rolled a natural 3, so that's a 14. And stealth.
I don't like that sound.
No. Hemlock rolled a natural 20 on stealth.
Oh, I do like that sound. Never mind.
Oh.
Wow.
Retcon.
That's the first time.
Stealth is not a disadvantage. I should not roll that at disadvantage.
No. Stealth is
21
Reroll
stealth.
it. Oh, it was so
Hello.
nearly a natural 20.
I got
A dirty 20.
Alrighty.
also dirty 20.
32 for Thea.
32.
Oh,
Who's Thea?
He is a shadow.
There's
Has, sorry.
Wait, I'm sure there was
there's
one more of
called
us here
Thea in the
somewhere.
party?
Who's that? Where?
Huh?
So that's
Stealthed out of existence.
and Grebo, what was yours?
Sorry, Grebo stealth. Yeah, I should roll that because it will be. Oh,
Oh, not
I rolled okay on the dice. So 17.
Beautiful. All right. As you guys progress forward, you find your footsteps no longer with that slightly sticky sound from the tunnel earlier, padded by this slight kind of greyish maroon sand that coats this shoreline. You see occasionally kind of greyish rocks kind of come in jagged little, almost like growths that kind of just rise up out of this shore. And a little bit more. And you progress fairly certain that you are unseen by prying eyes, unless something out there is much keener than you expect. So, Thea and Markos, those perception checks, please.
Yes, mine was a natural 3 plus 11, so that's 14 total.
Alrighty.
23 for Thea.
Moving along, the two of you keeping your eyes out. With this kind of soft ambient glow from the lake, it does illuminate a little bit more of the ground ahead than what you have had to deal with previously, which helps. You see how this shoreline begins to widen and extend into a slightly larger opening, the kind of the low cavernous ceiling extending further into the walls. You see a slightly brighter glow up ahead on the shoreline, and you begin to notice as you're kind of progressing along this kind of now rocky shoreline, there are like rock pools. Similar to how at the coast of an ocean you might have rock pools, there are small puddles of this pinkish liquid, connected by little streams, little very, very small little channels that seem to leak this pinkish liquid into the lake itself. You see more and more of these rocky growths now kind of obscuring your vision. There's like one stands maybe 10 feet tall, and another which maybe 15 or so. And you see just a very faint bit of movement, kind of just disappearing behind one of these almost like rocky shelves.
A little bit of movement.
A bit of movement.
Did we spot what caused the movement?
Something about 5 feet tall, maybe a little bit taller. Bipedal. No more detailed than that at this range. It's about like, I'll say 80 feet away, so like beyond your dark vision, but in that dim light of this pinkish glow.
DM
carry
question.
on moving towards it?
DM question.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes, David.
My scope would give me advantage at perceiving things at long range, correct?
It does.
The darkness would not. The disadvantage from darkness, mechanically speaking, wouldn't like be offset by that. I'm assuming. I would just
In this
get-
environment, I'm gonna say no.
Yeah. Thought so.
With all these kind of these rocky interruptions, there is no like, apart from like across the lake, there is no like long range distance that you're dealing with.
Yeah. Okay.
So you see kind of this rocky outcropping coming to a slight rise and kind of a center point with all these like pools. That for now, you're fine to carefully step over these pools and move around them.
Shall we just approach slowly?
Yes, just being very cautious and still obviously trying to be as silent as possible.
Appearing maybe non-threatening if this thing is friendly, or are we assuming that it wants to eat us?
Well, Thea is going to try and appear to be invisible to the thing.
Well, I think you're on like a
And
32, so
hopefully
that's
check it out
fine.
a little bit more. Yeah, she's going to try and like just figure out what it is better.
Do
Okay.
you wish to go ahead and we hang back a little? You're much better at staying unseen.
Sure.
I'll keep eyes on you. If it looks like a threat, give the signal and we can pounce.
No problem.
All right. I'll keep on the same stealth roll, Thea, as you leave the group behind, darting very carefully from these rocky growths to avoid these little pools of pinkish liquid. You see more of these, almost like bushes of fungus, moving between, almost climbing over at points where it becomes more and more rocky. When you get to about, maybe, I'll say, 30 or so feet away, you see moving between these rocky shelves a creature I think you'd probably be familiar with. Hyena-like hackles raised, thick kind of brown dappled fur, humanoid stature of a gnoll. But where you look to its head to see its kind of hungry eyes and jaw, it is just growth and fungus climbing out, almost like a bough of a tree with branches and growths of leaf-like fungus and like frills that hang down, just pluming out of its head and down half of its back. Just shuffling.
Thea is going to quickly look around and see if she can spot any more of those creatures.
Waiting there for a few more seconds, you see the strong, rotund figure of an orc. Its tusks kind of leaning up slightly, its eyes kind of glassy, just staring at the ceiling, but you see its entire torso is just almost like bubbles, ripe to burst.
Oh god.
Glowing slightly pink, but with just like frills and patterns across them. As you're up at the front here taking in this information, Hemlock, you feel the spores around you that hang in the air. You feel that kind of almost that kinship with, that connection to. You feel them almost ripple around you.
Okay. Have I ever felt anything like this before?
No. You feel the spore around you for a brief moment. You lose that connection, and then it rekindles.
Oh god.
As Thea spots the other one, she's going to just look for a loose stone or a piece of rock or something to throw. She just wants to see how they react to movement and noise.
Sure.
So she's going to attempt to throw it, obviously, away from herself and the party, and observe.
Okay. Throwing kind of like from your position a little way in on this shoreline, kind of towards where this patch of rock kind of comes closer to the water's edge. Throw this rock here. As it enters one of the small pools down near the bottom. You see immediately those two figures and you hear now coming from them, and you see on that orc with all the glowing, a small section of that fungus that goes, seems to produce a clicking noise. And they begin to kind of shuffle. They get within about 30 feet of where the rock landed. They kind of come to a stop and kind of almost resume that just slow, aimless shuffling.
I'd like to appreciate everyone in the chat sharing in how gross this is. The whole chat is just like, oh god, ew, no, ah!
This is nasty.
I love this. I love this.
This loves you.
Andrew's just gone like
Uh,
The Last of Us on us here.
but
Yeah.
after this happened, she would have gone back to the party and basically told them of what she's learned, and she's just gonna say, so they seem to be taken over by this fungus type mushroom things, and seem to be, I don't know, mindless, I suppose. So what would be your preference of dealing with those creatures? We can try and just sneak past them. I don't think I personally don't think they very sharp in senses, or I don't know.
Well,
Haven't spotted me.
you're very hard to see, though. I'm good at sneaking.
Well,
I'm good to meet the shame.
Can Grebo try and see if there's anything in the air
the air.
that might be causing it? He's starting to get worried that maybe there's spores in the air that if they were to be breathed in, may do this.
Make a perception check with your sniffer.
Imagine having to worry about breathing.
Grebo should have an advantage on this with his giant nose.
His nose is so big.
To be fair, it's a big old gnome nose.
Yeah. We have it somewhere.
What was it? Perception?
Yes.
Just a 12.
12? This whole...
Would...
Okay.
as part of like the perception check, would the... No, it wouldn't. It'd be natural. No, it doesn't matter. I was just thinking if it was magical, I get extra stuff, but it wouldn't be magical, would it? It'd be... if it's spores, it'd be a natural thing.
Yeah. With even the 12, there is an overwhelming smell down here. This entire way of that sickly sweet smell of rot. This close to the lake is joined with... It's very subtle, and it's one of those smells that, like, you can't really pin your finger on it, but the second you do, it's all you can smell of just almost like bile. That kind of acrid... Oh, it's that. And then now it's all the only smell you can think of. But as you're kind of focusing on from what Thea just said, I think part of that sweet smell of decay is in part some kind of musty fungal smell.
Thea is going to turn to Hemlock and say, Hemlock, you seem to have somewhat a very deep interest / connection with those type things, fungus, mushroom.
Yeah, you love the mushrooms.
What do you make of it?
Well, I must say it's a little close to home, and she pushes down like the shoulder of part of her dress, and there is like a sort of lichen-esque growth on her skin that seems to kind of go across her shoulders and down her back. I've never seen or heard of anything this intense, but it's familiar. It's common.
You could you turn into something like this?
I hope not. I've been like this for, well, 10 years now. It's grown a bit, but not like nothing like that. And I'll kind of point back to where you said the others were. I mean, it's
Okay.
you know, there are fairly well-known examples of types of fungi growing out of creatures and overtaking their senses, their brain functions, like parasites almost. It happens a lot with ants. Perhaps it's
That's
something similar,
terrifying.
just on a larger scale.
Would it be beneficial to maybe try and slay one of them so you can examine it better?
Maybe I would be concerned about it if this thing is purely just being mindlessly controlled by a plant that's taken it over. There's, well, we don't know what's inside it. We don't know if this thing is acting as an individual. We could try. I'd suggest, if possible, pulling a scarf over your mouth, trying to at least keep an eye on what you're touching, things like that.
Gubo.
Wear a mask. Don't touch your face.
Hey.
Gubo.
So the way I see it, we have two options. We could find another way to breathe so that we're not breathing in any of these spores and try and sneak past these creatures. Or we can get rid of them. And I tend to find with things like this, if you can solve the problem by applying enough fire to it. But those are the two options I think we should go for.
Hemlock, do you think fire would remove these spores? Or at least render them, I don't know, burnt, so they do not get us in the lungs?
Well, in natural growths, in natural mushrooms, if you burn it off, it burns off. You catch a mushroom in a forest fire and it's going to burn up as well as anything. But I don't know how natural these things are. Normally, they thrive in the dark and in the damp. If you can expose them to the dry and the light, maybe.
That sounds promising.
Does anybody have a way to change the way that we breathe? I mean, I know something, but it just escapes my memory today.
I cannot do that. I can make my bullets flammable. Or like burning.
I can punch light. That was mentioned at some point. I get, but
You can stick arrows in things.
Can you make your arrows burning?
If you have fire to hand, I suppose.
And Grebo just instantly sets his hand on fire, like.
Or on your hand.
Well, I
That
think
works.
we're fine. We're fine with the fire then, maybe.
Yes. Just try and.
But that is only if we want to kill these creatures.
I would say if we can keep our distance, then we should do that. Again, there are natural mushrooms that if you cut them open, if you pierce them, they can release more spores than they would do naturally. It's a defense mechanism if they are damaged. You know, if they get eaten by a creature and then they release inside the creature, things like that. If we can keep our distance, then keep our distance. But if we don't have a choice, then I suppose burning them out. Although I would, I suppose, like to get a look at this thing. It might help me a little bit.
The more I hear about this, the less I want to be here. Let's. I suggest we get moving, or at least something.
The thing about those creatures is, though, and all the fungus that grows down here, is the better we understand it, the better we can move forwards. So I would be more towards trying to either capture or slay one of them so we can learn more about them or about the fungus that grows down here and how to not turn into one of those in the first place, because I'm not fancying being one of like that. I don't want to be this in a few hours. So that would be. We can try and trap one. I don't know. We don't know how many of them is down here, but I've made a little noise and only another one came out. So
I
maybe
may
we can lure one towards us.
I may have a way to talk to them. Maybe.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Well, I can make us all a little bit more quiet for a period of time. And I suggest maybe trying, like, if you can communicate with them, maybe trying to communicate with them first.
Mhm.
And if that doesn't work, shoot.
Okay.
But
So
what
alright.
do you guys think? Sounds like a
Sure.
plan?
Yeah.
Okay, let's forget fire and just try and be quiet.
Fire is the
Sarah's like, I wanted to blow shit up.
Thea will just
Alrighty.
start muttering like under her nose a little bit and just cast Pass Without Trace on everybody.
Alrighty. Do you guys want to make, with now the +10 to your stealth, some stealth checks for me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I rolled another natural 20!
Damn.
Fuck yeah.
Oh my god!
Hemlock OP.
I'm blending in.
With the +10, Grebo got 27.
Hell yeah.
You
Hemlock got a
28.
31 total.
33 total.
Alrighty.
38.
Also a 31 for me.
Hell yeah. So, all of you, all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, Karan needs to roll. Thank you for the best trace. So, all of you begin progressing with a little bit of Thea's guidance as to where to step and where not to. She has already traversed this rocky, kind of plant matter covered pools. You get a little bit closer to this outcropping. You see now these like slivers of rock that come up like sheets, and little kind of almost like concentric around where you can see this kind of orangish pink glow emanating from. You can see on the ceiling there is almost like a stalactite hanging down, but rather than stone, it is another growth of various matter. You see little frills and growths coming out of it. Unsure if it's plant or bush or lichen or fungus. At this point, it doesn't really matter. You get a little bit closer and you see now what Thea described. You see one of these knolls, but with a large. You see one with like a large growth enveloping the head. You see another whose arms are just almost like locked out of this. It's like frills. You see like large tendrils reaching up with like slightly glowing tips, just kind of moving around. You hop over another few of these little kind of streams of this pinkish liquid and get a little bit closer. Hemlock, you feel a presence now. From the distance before, it was well, now that we're actually here. You feel a presence much, much stronger now. Like there's something watching. Something that flits in and out of your mind, and the spores that hang around you must, in a moment, seem to decide to go with this presence and then come back.
I'm gonna kind of communicate that to probably just to whoever's nearest to me, which I think if like I was kind of in the middle, just kind of whispering to someone who was near to me, like this. I feel like there's something watching me. I don't know. I'm not sure. I just kind of carry on trying to follow the pull of this, not following the pull, but trying to like trace the pull of this feeling.
Okay. You guys hop over these little gaps and kind of move on to this next, almost like island, kind of coming around. Another one of these rock sheets blocking you from that, and that central glowing. And you can feel now that presence, that watching is coming from this center point. And even though you're very sure that nothing Nothing can see you. As you all kind of sometimes bunch up, sometimes spread out, you see one of these gnolls come round the shelf that you're standing behind, standing in front of you. It kind of scans across, and you see it has no face. Just kind of another clicking sound as it splashes its feet through this water. Hemlock, could you make a deception check for me?
12. No, 11.
12.
No, 11, not 12.
11. Right. You feel that watching much, like, it grows in intensity. Almost like something. You almost like feel a breath on the back of your neck. And this gnoll in front of all of you, ignoring all of you, just turns its large growth-covered head towards Hemlock and begins just like taking a step closer towards you.
I'm gonna kind of put my hand out to the others to just kind of gesture, wait. And I'm gonna take a step towards it.
You're just raising a hand towards you. Not quickly, not aggressively. Just reaching up towards you.
I'm gonna cast Speak with Plants
Okay.
on myself.
You utter the incantation, and now those of you near the back of the group, you notice another one of these things, like nearly behind you, coming out from behind these different sheets of rock. As you cast Speak with Plants, you feel the spell take effect, and this creature still just takes another step. Reaching a hand out towards you.
We're not here to hurt you. We're just passing through. Can you understand me?
It pauses as you speak. They can reply, correct?
Let me check the thingy. It's give them the ability to communicate with you and follow simple commands. Limited sentience and animation is how it is referred to plants, but these aren't just plants, so
Yeah. As you cast this you feel that the magic
you can communicate with it as if you shared a common language, but you gain no magical ability to influence it.
Perfect. It's that same like almost like valve that's clicking, almost like ripples and moves like a mouth. You see a growth kind of writhe within that valve like a tongue.
We're not ones to hurt you either, just to join.
And it reaches out a hand to touch your shoulder. Could you make a wisdom check for me?
Just a check or a saving
throw? Just a check.
Okay.
As you feel that presence pushing into and around you.
22.
22. You feel the presence that's almost like a heat radiating from that center point of this area, almost like a hot sun on the side of your face. You begin to feel that emanate from this creature in front of you, but in a brief moment, you push back against that presence that is beginning to, your own spores beginning to kind of come closer to your mouth and nose and ears.
Mm-hmm.
You push back against that, and this creature kind of takes a step back. And you feel the same way that you control the spores around you. You feel that in this instant you have control over this creature.
Oh.
Oh my
Grebo.
god.
Oh damn.
Grebo, your hand is up.
Grebo was watching like that interaction real close, and can he try to decipher what that creature's intentions were?
Make an insight check.
It's 15 on the dice plus 5. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
Dirty
You.
20.
I don't believe the speak animals gives. Can that plant speak and then everyone can hear it speak, or is it just you, Hemlock?
No, I think it is just. I can communicate with it as if we share a common language. That's all it says. Yeah.
Okay. So I'll say from its how it moves its body, how it kind of paused in front of her. You heard that kind of garbled clicking coming from that valve growth on its like upper torso. It didn't appear aggressive. It just appeared like it wanted to get close enough to touch them.
Yeah. Would Grebo feel that it wanted to infect her? I think is probably the best term.
There was nothing malevolent in the creature's actions, to its knowledge. It appears, and you get the sense of this creature probably isn't of itself intelligent enough to have malevolence. It just had a goal and wanted to accomplish it. And it so happened that goal involved trying to touch Hemlock.
Okay.
Oh God. I think when you say control over it, like, I'm gonna.
Mechanically speaking, having one in that contested check between your wisdom and X, you have you can command this creature to do whatever you wish, and it will obey until the end of its next turn. So, after a few seconds, like if you want to try it out and do something, you have a moment to do that.
I think I would kind of like not move away from its hand, but just kind of say like, stop.
Its hand falls to its side.
And kind of look back at the others.
And after a few seconds, you feel that control fade, and it looks back up to you. It still has not looked towards or made any notion that it perceives any of the rest of you. It seems that it's only aware of Hemlock's presence. And due to the complete covering of its face, you get the impression these creatures are fucking blind. You see another one of these gnoll creatures coming from behind, its eyes transfixed on Hemlock. One of the glowing orcs has appeared further in front of you.
We should have all learned sign language.
What do you guys wish to do? Want to keep on moving past, pick up the pace, slow down, which is yes, let's do.
Thea will kind of just turn towards Hemlock and just give her a nod, basically trying to figure out if she's okay.
Nod back.
And if once that happens, you'll just carry on moving forwards.
Okay. Alrighty.
Sounds coolio.
The rest of you keep pushing forward. As you guys move forward further along this path of stone and stuff, that the orc full of like the glowing bubbles kind of appears around the next stone thing and begins just ambling. And you see like the different bubbles like almost like stretching at the membrane that contains it. And like reaching out, both hands outstretched towards Hemlock. And you see now the gnolls behind, and now a larger lumbering creature joins the procession, now trailing after you. Maybe 10 feet tall with a beaked mouth, whiskers protruding out the sides, and 2 long hooked claws. But its back is just a big plume of frills, kind of like purplish skin going on. And just begins slowly following as well.
I don't like David's reaction to that description.
It's because I know what it is. Or
Very
was, I
uncomfortable.
suppose.
But you guys can keep on moving forward. Now these creatures are running after you. None of them have any idea that the rest of you are there at all. With those
It's just Hemlock.
chunky stealth checks, you just see these creatures now forming into a line behind you.
Wait, you say running? Or just...
No, they're not running.
They're not running.
Okay.
Oh, phew.
Ah!
What is that? What is that?
To your left, you see a lot, like, what, for a second, you see as a giant spider. As you come out, you see it, like, over one of these large, like, 15-foot high stone sheets. But its torso is humanoid, grayish skinned until it reaches, like, the upper chest and head, where it is just, like, almost like a shell fungus, just, like, reaching up in these lines. It was like veils of mycelia draping down, almost like a wedding veil, that just descend on this humanoid torsoed spider. Like,
Andrew, when I said I wanted Spider-Man in the game, this is not what I meant.
Scary mushroom quailog.
I love and hate this. This is amazing. The part of me that loves mushrooms is like, yes, and then the part of me that's arachnophobic is like, please no.
Oh god.
I'll say the rest of you
Please,
are
giant spider
unhindered
elf.
in continuing to move forward and can move past this with no trouble. Hemlock, as this kind of glowing bubble orc is now coming from in front of you, it will try and like stumble and grasp hold of your shoulder.
Okay.
Do you want to make a dex save for me?
No, I don't.
Cool, alright. So you guys move on and
Thank you.
everything's fine.
I don't want to, like... If it's looking aggressive, I'm going to try and get out of the way, but if it is the same way as just trying to lay a hand on my shoulder, I'm going to, like, put my hand up to its palm.
Okay. Could you make another wisdom check? Is it like it's not running, it's not like claws out to swipe, it's just like reaching forward, like hands outstretched.
Dirty 20.
You feel that same presence pushing up against the front of your mind, and that radiant heat almost from that central glowing grove that you've now glimpsed a few times through these different rock sheets.
Mm-hmm.
And those spores that surround you begin pushing out towards this kind of glowing pustule-covered orc. And your spores dart into these kind of almost like streams of black and yellow and dive into your mouth. And in an instant, your eyes just roll back.
Oh, fuck.
And
no.
you begin walking towards the grove in the center.
I want to like grab hold of Hemlock's legs. Like I'm gonna like fucking.
I'm just gonna go and like
my arms around
grab that
her
upper
legs.
body.
Like
I'll say one of you can make an athletics check with advantage to try and grapple her. Grebo, you've got a hand up.
Yeah, Theo wanted to do something.
Mabel, please.
Theo wanted to do something as like a reaction.
Go ahead, go for it.
As soon as this happens, Thea's going to attempt to cast a spell on Hemlock.
Okay.
Cast a spell.
Oh, cast a spell.
Can Hemlock roll me a wisdom save?
Is this me rolling this, or is this something else rolling this?
I would... Yes. No, you're right. It rolled a 2, however, so whatever bonus it had doesn't seem to count. Hemlock, could you also roll me an athletics or acrobatics check to evade the grapple of Maple and...
I rolled a 29 on my athletics.
I'm not gonna beat that. Like, yeah, no, I rolled like an 11, which is a 10. So
You feel a gnome grasping around your leg, but what you hear in your mind, finally someone as competent as myself.
what? What?
You're finally home. But then, Thea, what happens with the spell that you're casting?
Thea cast Hold Person on
Okay.
Hemlock.
Alright.
So, yeah.
You feel that gnome
She's
wrap around your leg.
She's paralyzed for 1 minute.
Alright. And then that paralysis grasps hold of your body and you find yourself frozen still. In your mind, your senses begin to just melt away. Just like in winter, when you throw out bath water onto snow, your vision and hearing begin trickling away. You're sure there's something there, but it's not important for now. You begin to lose sense of time, and in a brief instant, or the hours that you're like this, you see the same grove that you're in.
Mm-hmm.
You see the same pinkish pools between the rocks, the same kind of stony sheets that almost sound like a fractured dome around this grove. You see little bridges across these tiny streams, like fine silk mycelia woven bridges between these small streams and rivulets. You see the figure of a woman just walking calmly past these stone sheets across these little bridges. What looks like a beautiful dress of gossamer and silk, or web, or something very thin and shiny. You see almost lavender skin, elbows that almost like spiral out into beautiful growths with slight glowing pinks and reds at the tips. Almost an elven pointed featured face, solid black eyes, a large, what looks like a headdress, but you can't see where it meets the skin, or if it's all one entity and the clothing is just some trick of the light. You see a train trailing behind this figure, standing maybe 7 or so feet tall, almost like a wedding train of that thin kind of woven mycelia. She walks across the bridges and takes your hand. We're finally home. You've grown so strong, and she kind of brushes her hand past your forehead, brushing your hair at the side of your face. Come on. She lets go of your hand and returns to the center of the grove, where you see almost this slightly shifting, moving doorway of fungus and growth and moss building up. And you go to try and move, but you can't. And in an instant, your senses begin to flush back into you with a sharp pain, and you find your body trapped, locked, your will stripped from you, no control of your own limbs. Within your chest, your breathing starts to grow more rapid and more gaspy, more panicked. And you see the people around you. The rest of you, this has been but a second. A moment, just as this spell takes hold of Hemlock's form. What do you guys like to do?
Grebo is not liking this. He is surrounded more and more by monsters, and Hemlock just seems to have lost her fucking mind. So Grebo's getting ready to mean.
Okay.
So Grebo is holding a spell right now. He's already started muttering, and the second that there's any aggressive action, he's letting it go.
Okay.
I want to see if I could just pick up Hemlock. She's just
Hemlock is tall, but she's not a very rotund person, and you are a strong ass gnome. So I think absolutely you can lift her off her feet.
I just want to try and pick her up and be like, "Let's go."
You pick up Hemlock. Markos, your hand is up.
I was about to say, at this point, Markos would be like, touching them is bad. We have learned. Let's get out of here very quickly. They only seem to be interested in Hemlock, so just move fast and we should be okay.
Just
I'll take. Look, you carry her feet. I'll take her shoulders. Let's go.
Alrighty. As the rest of you begin to pick up Hemlock, cast and prepare your spells, you get the impression that these movements and sounds, the rest of these creatures beginning to surround you have noticed. The clicking of the different valves beginning to tick towards you. This large spider now stalking, its long legs splashing through the pink liquid, climbing over that stone a shelf in front of you, and now peering down at you, almost 20 feet in the air, this torso towering up. Well, you see a longsword fused into its arm, just kind of beautiful hanging veils of mycelia at the connection.
No, thank you.
You pick up Hemlock and begin to run, I suppose.
Yeah, probably.
Alrighty.
Bye.
In this case, I would like everybody to make athletics checks.
Oh.
And don't worry, I'm rolling intermittent wisdom saves for Hemlock.
This
Excuse me?
requires the big die.
To break your hold person.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Dice tray.
Uh-oh, Markos.
Grebo got a 2.
21.
Two.
I can do
little
better
old
than that,
roll.
Grebo. I got a natural 1.
Oh, Markos.
My God!
That's a dirty 20 for me.
30-20 for you.
This is a 9 total.
9 total, okay.
Fuck, alright.
Natural 20 for Thea.
Hell yeah.
Sorry, 6 total. My bad. That was actually acrobatics I accidentally added there.
Okay. You all begin.
Sorry,
Yes?
if we're all running, and these things are coming after us, I think Grebo would think, okay, right, we're running, therefore this is aggressive. I think he would probably release his spell.
Go for it.
Oh, do it.
Okay, motherfucker! This is a
Firestorm,
5th level
firestorm.
fireball.
Cool.
Yes!
Okay.
Oh, yes.
Where are you centering this in this moment?
Big, big,
I'm trying to find the little measuring tool. Is it
Little ruler just
Third
under
one,
the-
4th one down.
4th one down? 1, 2, 3, 4. Got that. So it is a 20-foot radius, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so like here. Yeah, I'm trying to get as many of the bad guys in there as possible.
Mm-hmm.
This like myconid or mushroomy lady,
Mm-hmm.
is she not there?
No. You don't see any
Okay, cool.
woman.
Yeah, so I'm going to drop that. I'm going to drop that fireball, and they all need to make a dexterity saving throw. Just to try and-
Do you want to just like ping exactly where you're centering that?
It was about here. That would have caught
Yeah.
them and just missed us. It won't have caught
yes, like,
this boy
at
down
the-
here, though.
Center at like the top of that stone shelf. That'll reach the hook horrors, the hook horror, the 2 gnolls, and the drider.
Yeah. Any of my party within that radius, I'll negate it.
What ability are you using to do that?
My sorcery points.
Beautiful.
Nice.
That is a 11, a 13. The hook horrors.
Is that careful spell, Grebo?
An 8,
Love it.
and
Nice.
the drider
Tasty feature.
got a 21. So the drider, I believe, is the only one that succeeded.
Yeah. Okay. I'll have to get you to help me count this up because it's a lot of dice.
Poor boy.
Wait. Let me double check my little feature thing.
I'll put Maple and
have-
Hemlock next to each other because you're carrying her.
I am carrying him, look.
That's 28 points of fire damage. If
28,
they
hell yeah.
or half if they passed.
Both of the gnolls, you just like the fire blast like curls and tears and evaporates most of them. You see just these burnt husks drop to the ground. The what was the total? It was 30 something, wasn't it?
28.
28. Quick math.
I didn't roll particularly high on it.
Hold as your Master of Engineering graduate uses a calculator. Okay. And This fire blast explodes. You see the two gnolls, like the smaller humanoid ones, just crackle and burn and drop to the ground. The Drider itself rears up, and you see the flames licking around its long, spindly-like legs, its long sword coming up to shield most of its face from the blast. The hook horror still trailing at the back, kind of ducks down into one of these pools. I think with this, I'd like all of you guys to roll initiative, please.
Yeah, that's fair.
If you have your music on, switch it to something more aggressive, because these guys are
Aggressive.
Am I rolling, Andrew?
Yes, you are.
Okay.
Oh god.
Righty.
16 for Thea.
I will do.
Grebo got a 5.
There we go.
I will just clear that real quick.
Oh.
No, don't worry. I'm doing it so I can just like do everyone at once. But
Okay.
Natural 20 counteracts my natural 1 from my last roll.
I've not got an 18. I've put that in.
There you go.
Yeah, you're far ahead of me now.
Yep.
So it's 24
Popped in
total.
that 0.4. Damn, son.
I love the name of the orc.
Is it orc?
No, it is Orc Spore Bomb.
Oh shit!
Oh no!
Spork.
Spork!
Spore. Oh, you got a great.
Andrew found the juice that made you explode plus the zombie combo and it's like, huh. I can use that.
Great.
Like, what's
I'm so scared of the idea of a fucking mushroom zombie hook horror. Like, it's already got horror in the name.
5 and Thea.
16.
Lovely. With that. Oof. Who got duplicates? Maple, you'll go first. I'll put a 0.1 in there just so you're higher than the dude.
Yeah, my dex is up as
Any
well.
other duplicates? No, they're all good. No, the null hasn't won yet. Bottom null. Boop. He gets it. Cool. With that, this fireball detonates, and you immediately hear kind of a rising in the frequency and volume of these clicks coming from all of these various creatures now swarming around this stony outcropping and rock pools towards you. Markos, as you hear this sound of growing aggression, what would you like to do?
Shit. So I noticed they're kind of like all around me. Or us.
They look to be fairly a lot of everywhere, yes.
Fairly a lot of everywhere.
Right. I think what I'm gonna do in that case is use my movement to sort of like go hup. Hang on, let me just change that. Just go like hup. Hup.
Sure.
Hup. To like down here.
Perfect, go for it. All of these rock kind of like shelves are like between 10 and 15 feet high, just so for everyone's reference.
Yeah, I'm kind of going around it, so I've got like maybe a little bit of cover here.
Depends from who, but sure.
Sure. The thing in the middle, maybe. If I can see glowiness over there, I don't trust it.
Yeah. You have no line of sight on the glow.
And I am going to whip out my bow and bonus action Hunter's Mark this orc.
Go for it.
Spork. And whip out my bow and take 2 shots at him.
Alrighty.
Has that one been damaged yet?
That one has not, no.
Okay. These are not sharpshooter. I'm trying to gauge stuff. It's gonna have to be a. Oh no, it doesn't have to be. Yep.
Maple, you're up next.
Yep.
That is a 19 to hit.
Yeah, so hits.
Okay, and another 19 to hit.
Definitely. This
Excellent.
large, slow-moving creature does not seem very dexterous.
1d8 plus 4 plus 1d6 Hunter's Mark on the first one. That is nice. 13. 17 damage on the first one, piercing.
Hell yeah.
And then the second one, I believe I get Colossus Slayer, wouldn't I? Because he's taking damage
You
now.
absolutely do. First arrow slams in, and there's like a small, as like goo just like seeps out of this bubble that you just pierced.
If it can't see me, would I have advantage on it?
It does have blind sight.
Okay, never mind then. So no sneak
It knows
attack.
where you are. No.
Cool. And then the second one is an 18 total, piercing.
18 total piercing damage.
Nice. I was very worried with how far that went out for a moment.
Maple, Hemlock, you can't make. I know this is a con save. Maple and Hemlock, could you make Constitution saving throws, please?
Sure.
As these two arrows, one pierces and punctures into one of these bubbles and goes and bursts. The second one,
What
there's like
did I say?
It's like a twitch to it and like a convulsion, and as the other goes, whoa, it just explodes into a shower of just goo and chunks.
What did I say about cutting it open?
That's a dirty 20 from me.
30-20, you're good.
It's a 12 from Hemlock.
12.
My bad, you guys.
Oh, I roll like trash, you're all fine. Hemlock, you take 8 points of poison damage.
Ow.
And you're poisoned. Maple, you take 4 points of damage.
4?
Yes.
Dang.
And you're not poisoned.
Thank you.
You good? Is that, you about to say something, Riona?
No, I was saying out of character. Remember about the puffball mushrooms.
Yes. So that one has gone. With that, Markos, is that your go?
Yes.
Perfect. And Maple, it is your go. You see this poison like splat over you, like rude chunks of orc.
Ew.
You have Hemlock kind of hoist over one shoulder.
I do.
What would you like to do?
I assume if I'm carrying Hemlock, I'm half speeded, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so even if I bonus action dash, if I bonus action dash, I can move 25 feet. Because bonus action dash is just doubling my movement, but it's halved anyway, so it's just my movement. So I am going to... I'm gonna go like right behind Markos over here.
Okay.
I'm gonna just move down to here.
Okay.
Dragging Hemlock
Move
with
me.
over my shoulder.
You like run up and jump over this stream and like just like land on the other side with like your remaining hand. Hemlock is like above you, like paralyzed.
And I want to shoot this one down here.
You do not kind of line of sight between you. This like stone shelf is between you and it.
Oh, it's a stone shelf.
Yeah, these like thin stone walls.
I see. In which case, I will go for this one back here instead.
Perfect. Go for it.
Next to the Drider. With my bow.
Go for it. Roll an attack.
I won't have sneak attack,
It is the
unfortunately.
Kora's after you, and then Newt is onto you after that.
With the bow, that's gonna be a 15.
That definitely hits. It's still going like.
So this is just 2d6. That is 11 damage.
11 damage. Oh. The arrow sinks into it, and there's no. For a moment, you wonder if you missed. There's no reaction, but there's a. As the arrow kind of explodes with that forceful energy that comes from the bow, and there's like one of its arms just.
Oh
lands on the
no!
ground.
Yes.
But there's no blood. It's just like goo from these pustules, but there seems to be no blood within the actual body itself.
Nice.
Is there anything else you'd like to do there?
Let's see.
Pustule.
Ew.
No, I'm gonna stay here.
Alrighty. You can just about get there. This horror is going to come up behind you, Mr. Grebo, I'm afraid. And he's going to try and grapple you. Could you make an acrobatics or athletics check? Your choice.
Oh no.
I rolled high on the dice.
You've got it. I
That's
believe in
going to
you.
be a 17.
17. You've actually dodged out of
17 on the die.
Perfect. It kind of reaches down to you. See this immense claws, and like you see like little tendrils of growth and lichen hanging off of them. Reaches down towards you to pick you up into a big hug. You like sidestep and roll out of the way, almost dipping into this kind of pinkish stream along the side, but dodging it narrowly. You evade its grapple. The other hook horror is going to climb up onto the stone shelf next to you, Markos, Maple, and Hemlock, and like get out, and like climbs over this kind of large, monstrous creature with acting almost with like insect-like movements, climbing over this large thing of stone. It kind of looks down towards you and jumps and lands between you guys and where you're heading, using its action to dash jump. And that is their go with that. Newt, it is over to you. What would you like to do?
Important question. How tall is this stone shelf that the driver is on?
About 10 feet up.
10 feet up.
Oh yeah. You can light punch it from there.
Oh, no, not that.
Okay.
I need a bit more style on this one so I can also do a different thing. Newt is going to see this there. It's like, all right, I can reach that. Runs forward and just runs straight up the wall with my unarmored improved movement thing from Monk. Just runs up, and I'm just going to try and punch the Drider right, like, up underneath it.
Go for it. It, like, looks down at you as you come up to it, surprised that you just wall run up the stone.
That is a 24 to punch.
That just hits, yeah.
Alrighty, and can it also make a Constitution saving throw?
Oh, it can try.
Yes.
That is not great. That is an 11.
It is stunned.
Yeah, dick. I'm going to put a little marker on that boy for being stunned.
Does it stay on top of the wall, or does it fall?
I'm going to say it stays, as it does have a big old climbing speed, is a spider, and has taken a stable position on the top.
Fine.
If it was like mid-climb, I'd say yeah, but it is... I'll put like a little zap on it for being shocked.
Okay. So he's going to run up to the wall, and just as he does, basically just fucking uppercuts this Drider, sort of leaving it in that dazed position, and then running past it to about by here, jumping over the other side of the wall. As I'm up there, is there a line that I can get with my Javelin of Lightning such that I could hit this spider and this orc bomb below?
Yeah, if
like,
you would like
move
to where I've just put you there
down.
And like jumped up, because the orc is on the ground, the spider's on the top, but if you were like next to the spider, then you could like hop up and zar both of them.
Yeah. So I'm gonna hop up, and then you see him like pulls the javelin off the back as he does, just goes spark, and throws it down.
Hell yeah.
The spider needs to make a dex save, but I think it auto fails because it's stunned.
I'll double check.
The creature automatically fails strength and dex saving throws.
Then it fails.
I need to make an attack roll against the bomb boy.
Mm-hmm.
It's that one.
To a total of what?
To a total of 9.
That just hits.
Oh no!
Not very quick boys. So
Yeah.
don't worry, I will still punish you for that one, but it does hit.
That's fair. So that will be... So first of all, the initial punch damage on the spider is 10 bludgeoning damage. And then, do you need lightning separated?
You're not. So that's 10 damage to the...
10 damage to the spider from the first stunning punch.
Ah, yes. Perfect.
And then both of them will take... 9... 13... 18 plus 4... 22 piercing and mostly lightning damage.
Hell yeah. The orc behind just explodes.
Hell yeah.
19 damage.
And luckily, no one is in the
Ray.
splash zone.
I think that's just in range to get splashed, so I'm gonna make a con save for Spidey. He rolled fucking chonky though. He will take some damage from the poison.
He?
It. Like from like the lower ribcage up, it is all mushroom. So tits, no tits, who knows?
Yeah. Driders are traditionally female, though. Just saying.
Mm-hmm.
But also gender is a sort
They
of...
are just. I mean,
That is
traditionally.
true.
It's not a Trider, it's a pile of mushrooms.
Yeah.
That's also a good
Driders
point.
are just drow that failed the trials of Lolth, but this is Lolth. Does she even exist in this universe? Yes.
That's
but
a good point.
You guys haven't studied her. So, Nu, is there anything that you'd like to do with your go apart from that?
Well, I still have my bonus action,
You do.
and so I'm going to spend another key point and flurry of blows and fire up
Go
two
for
of
it.
these cold, one cold, one radiant punch up towards this spider, just to
Go
test
for it.
things out.
They have
I believe I have
advantage.
it.
You're stunned. That is
Hell yeah! Hiya! The first is a 24 to hit,
That also hits.
and the second is I almost got it. Is a 27 to hit.
That also just hits.
So that will be
Yeah.
hiya.
Just accommodate
Uh,
whatever you roll.
Does radiant or cold damage? Like, do you need them
It does
separated
not.
at all? Alright, cool. So that is
Total that up.
10, 14, 18 punchy damage.
Hell yeah. You smack it real hard. And the cold and light radiant energy blasts up, illuminating this section of this kind of dimly lit, gloomy area for a brief second of flashing as it sinks into its, in parts, very tough, thick, spider-like exoskeleton, and in parts into its kind of fleshy mushroom body.
Alrighty.
Is there anything else you'd like to do with your go?
That will be the end of my turn. This spider is stunned until the end of my next turn.
Cool, good to know. Perfect. Hemlock.
Yeah.
If you'd like to drop hold person at any point, you can just say so whenever you want. If that's not the case,
yeah, I would have. Like, if I would see her I'm not sure whether I would have spotted that. If not, then she can roll a wisdom save again at the end of her turn.
so you're keeping up the spell.
Well, I'm just saying, if Thea would have noticed Hemlock's expression change, like, you know,
When she sort of
because
came
obviously
back.
she's paralyzed.
Yeah.
So if Thea wouldn't have spotted that, then she wouldn't have dropped it.
I'll say she's paralyzed, so her expression can't really change.
Yeah. So in that case, she would have to roll with save again.
All right, Hemlock, do you want to roll a wisdom save? So just roll a d20, and I think add 10.
Not my stat. At 10, that's higher than my stat.
It is
21.
21.
Yeah.
You are no longer paralyzed, but that is
Okay.
the end of your go. However, as your paralysis ends, you feel that connection to the spores come back to you, and they are yours.
And mine.
They're
Okay.
all yours. This is all yours. and
What?
hers. But you are not your own. For the purposes of your halo of spores,
Yes.
your allies are the ones trying to protect you and allow you to get to the nexus of this glowing. That's the end of your go.
Fuck!
Here, it is over to you. What would you like to do?
Okay. Just remind me quickly, if the Drider's stunned, do we have
The Drider
advantage
is-
to...
Yes.
He is stunned. You have advantage.
Cool.
Advantage, and it auto
Excellent.
fails any dex or strength saving throw.
In that case, Thea will Hunter's Market,
Perfect.
bonus action, and then use her sharpshooter ability
Hell yeah.
to try and hit it hard.
Yep. You have advantage, so you will get sneak attack on this as well. And he is hurt, so Colossus Slayer as well.
The first attack, 20 to hit.
That definitely hits.
So that is...
4 Driders next, then the Gnolls, then Pariah. But Grebo, you're the next player turn, so you are aware.
So the damage on the first one is 35.
35, hell yeah. The first arrow sinks into where the thorax meets the humanoid torso, and the whole thing shudders. One of the valves at the top kind of bursts, and of gloop shoots up into the air.
And a second attack.
Mm-hmm.
That might miss. It's 19.
A 19 just hits,
Okay.
but like actually just hits.
Oh.
And the second one is 27.
27. Oof. Second arrow blasts through like an upper part of the chest, and one of its just massive clumps of shelved fungus just falls away and sloughs onto the ground, shattering as it falls that distance onto the rocks. It is looking very, very, very hurt. What would you like to do? Is that your go?
Just she would probably move a little bit somewhere. Let's see. How far does this go in this direction?
To the left.
Yeah.
So I'll say another 15 feet or so.
Okay, so she's just going to move back that way slightly. And that's it.
Oh, roll 20 doesn't like me clicking on it. I don't have a little arrow, but never mind. Fuck it. Alrighty, you move a little ways off. That drider is looking very, very ill. On its go, it will use its action to. The knoll near the bottom. What did he do? He's going to. You see on one of its arms, it has a kind of a spear hanging lazily, and it will use its movement to run up around and see Markos and Maple there, and it's going to take a chomp at you, Markos. It's gonna nibble you good.
I don't want to be chomped.
It only rolled a 4. That's an 8 to hit you.
No, sorry, man.
It like part of like the large kind of spore growth over the mouth like opens up, and you see what its mouth, like, almost no teeth there anymore. It reaches up like as it does, so you see like little poof of spores, but you dodge out of the way and you're fine.
Shield up.
Shield up, and it has no chance. Pariah. What is my boy going to do? He is going to. Seeing that hook horror begin to threaten the escape of everybody else, is going to reach towards his chest, pull up with an arcane gesture, his blue eyes light up with a whitish flame, and a 5th level Scorching Ray is going to fire, I think 5 at the hook horror, 1 at the drider, because that drider needs to go. That might actually not hit. What are those things? Oh, yeah, +9, he's fine. Cool. So that hits the drider. Drider fucking dies. Flame strikes up the corner where you first loosened it. Where the arrows knocked stuff away, the flames enter the body and then burst out through the various holes at the top. And then the body falls and collapses, splashing into that pool behind. And then the rest of these will all go at the hook horror. +9. Yes. No. Wait, no, this is hook horror. Yes. Yes. All of those will. Yeah, cool. And that's gonna be. A stream of flaming missiles thud into the side of this thing. It takes a step back, but as some of the mushrooms begin to catch fire and it stumbles back, it comes back redoubled, its whisker and beaked mouth roaring up at you guys. But as you fear a roar, there is just something about as this immense creature leans down in front of you. They're all gone. Move them from the order. Grebo, with that, it is over to you. What would you like to do?
Grebo's not happy right now. He is like, he's been walking a lot. His feet are tired. His hips hurting. He's just feeling grumpy, and he doesn't even want to fight these things like at all. So he, you just hear him go like, "Dear, Maple, hurry up and kill these things! And he clicks his fingers. And as he clicks his fingers, a spark jumps to each one of them. And what I'm doing is I'm using some more sorcery points to twin this spell, and I am casting haste on both Maple and Thea.
Oh boy!
So you get a +2 AC, and your speed is doubled. You get an extra action, and you get advantage on dex saves.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, basically Grebo's just gone like, over to you, do it.
Amazing.
Alrighty.
Wow, I love having a 19 AC.
It's cool, right?
Grebo wouldn't know with his 13.
Is there anything else that you would like to do, Mr. Grebo?
No, that's it. He's done.
Do you want to move away from this big boy?
Grebo, no, he can't move away from that thing. It'll clobber him. What he will do is, he's just gonna sit on the floor, like in a huff, like let
So
people get
moody.
on with it. He's making himself as small a target as possible, and just said, just kill them already.
Alrighty. Markos, this knoll strides on the corner and tries to lunge with you with its large, malformed, fungal head and misses. It is your go. What would you like to do?
Well, first of all, Markos, couldn't you make a Constitution saving throw?
Yes,
Can.
I'm ready.
That is an 11 plus 2 is 13.
You take 3 points of poison damage.
Lovely.
As that
No,
those spores-
necrotic damage, rather. Not poison, necrotic.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Thank
As those
you.
spores begin to cough, and that smell of flowers and sweetness that normally shrouds Hemlock on a dime has become just acrid, aggressive, caustic decay that is now beginning to take hold and begins to sting your nose, mouth, and eyes. Hemlock, as that happens, you hear, "Don't worry for them. They will join us too. Where you belong, young queen."
Bitch.
The what?
Marcus, what would you like to do?
Things are too close for me to use my bow, so 2 short sword attacks. I can't sharpshoot on my short sword, unfortunately.
Throw it.
They're both going at the knoll.
Go for it.
So the first one is a 27. The second one
27
is
hits.
a more.
Nah, definitely hits.
Cool. 1d6 plus 4. Oh, bonus action, move my hunter's mark onto the knoll because the other thing died.
Perfect.
Has the knoll taken damage?
This one has not yet. So your second attack will get closer there.
Yep. No sneak attack either. Okay, cool. So that, wow, max damage. That is 6 plus 6 plus so 16. On the first attack, and then the second one. Minimum damage, brilliant. 11.
So a total of 27. Ooh, the first short sword slash carves up, and you see where once would have opened to flesh and muscle and bone, it just pushes through a strangely soft torso. And as the second slash comes down, as you almost like back away from this creature, it carves through again, and it just crumples and falls down. And as it does so, it almost like disintegrates into compost, just like small fragments of plant matter. And yeah, you kill it. You kill it real good.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
Is there anything else you'd like to do with your go?
I just have movement left. I will zip around to this side of the hook horror
Okay.
monstrosity zombie mushroom.
Hell yeah. Maple. It's your go.
I have to make a con save, I guess.
No, you don't,
Yeah.
because it's it is just a reaction. So I've already used it. So
Nice. In that case, I'm gonna.
You could probably still smell it absolutely awful, but it can't like get into you.
I'm like, ugh.
Hemlock.
Hemlock, you normally smell nice, but this is bad. I'm just gonna move to here then, next to that boy, and I'm gonna take my daggers out and do a stabby stab,
Hell yeah, go for it.
as I do.
On the hook, alright.
Am I flanking with my
Yeah, you're flanking.
Let's stab. That's gonna be a 19 to hit with the first one.
Oh, that so hits.
That's a 19 again to hit with the second one.
Weirdly enough,
Do I have
hits.
another one because of haste?
You do, yeah.
Yes.
You got an extra action.
An extra action?
I believe with haste, that second action can only be used to make one extra attack.
Yeah.
So yeah, you have
yeah.
3 attacks.
That's 3 stabs. That's a natural 20 on the last one. Oh no! Oh no!
Your sneak attack would rip up on the first one.
Yeah.
But
Are you
Nah,
gonna let me?
go on then. Go on,
Okay.
have a little crit sneak attack.
Okay, so I'll roll my
20 dice.
2 normal daggers, and then I'll roll with sneak attack.
Go for it.
So that is 16 on the first 2 attacks.
Okie dokie.
And then on the last one is, I believe, how much freaking 46.
Little baby rogue.
That is 37 damage on the crit.
The first 2
Ouch.
daggers like get its attention, and it turns around towards you. You see this kind of what's that ridge back of fungus and glowing plant matter on its back kind of shifts and wobbles slightly as it turns. Its large, kind of glassy-eyed, beaked head turns towards you, and on that last hit, you go into the side of the head, and it's like, and then the whole head comes off, still on your dagger.
Oh fuck!
The rest of the body and sloshes into that small stream next to you,
Oh shit!
and the head goes off of your dagger.
Oh damn!
It
Gross.
slumps down, and you just see Markos there, like, good job.
The 2 of you have pretty chunky passive perceptions.
Yeah.
You do notice very slowly after this thing has landed, very small tendrils just like begin growing out of the neck and at the head, kind of coming to meet each other.
Ah!
It's incredibly slow, but you do notice it happening.
In that case, I'm gonna stay here
Okay.
just in case.
Alrighty. With that, it's the other Hook Horror's turn. As little Grebo sits down on the ground, it goes down to pick you up again. I'm sorry, buddy. He said sitting, not lying, so I won't make this prone, but please make an acrobatics or athletics check of your choice as he tries to grapple you. Oh, buddy.
That's a
That would
one.
be a nat 1.
You rolled a nat 20.
Oh!
It sweeps you into its arms, and this great big muscular creature begins to lumber away with you in hand. How far can it get? Not super far. It will run and climb as easy as if it's... It seems to move up surfaces as easily as it moves on ground, and you find yourself swept, immediately lifted very high off the ground. And that way, like, in its hands, like 15 to 20 feet above the ground in these pools, as it like grabs you and like clambers on top of this wooden, this stone thing. That is its action.
Can I have a reaction?
Oh, go on then.
As a reaction, Grebo is gonna shout for help. But hello, hello, anybody? I made you fast. Hello.
Fuck.
Alrighty. That cry of help echoes throughout the chamber. Newt, it is your turn. What would you like to do?
So is this Clawboy up or down?
He's up at the top
Up
with
top.
Grebo in hand.
All right. In that case, once again, you see Newt take a step back and just fucking run straight up the wall. Now, I'll check before I do anything. To try and free Grebo from this grapple, would that be a full action, or would that take one attack?
Yeah, I would say it's probably an action to wrestle something from someone else's grasp.
Okay, yeah, I'll try and do that. You'll see Newt try and run up the wall, and basically, as he's coming across, just try and grab Grebo.
Okay. Make an athletics or acrobatics check for me.
Ooh. Hiya! That is a 21.
He rolled a natural 1. Grebo, you gave it to him. And you're like yelling for help. This kind of this large creature kind of looks down at you with pity in its eyes. In an instant, a wooden automaton sprints up the wall, grasps you from its claws, and fucking 3-point lands, gnome in hand, down back on the ground on the other side.
Yeah, I'll land on the ground. I'll put Grebo behind me relative to this claw boy.
Kill guy.
And then I'll spend a key point to do patient defense and take the dodge action as my bonus action.
Hell yeah.
Grebo will remember this.
Is there anything else you'd like to do, Newt?
That will be my go.
Alrighty. Oh, it does. Hemlock. Where'd you go? Hemlock. What do you want to do?
Am I still being held by Maple?
You've been
No,
carried.
I've made attacks and stuff since then. I'm definitely not still grabbing you.
Right. As an action, I'm gonna expend a use of my wild shape to awaken my symbiotic entity.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Gain 40 temporary hit points. Blah 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 blah. I'll do that in a second. And I'm gonna start moving away.
Okay.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. If I can make it across this stream to here.
Yeah.
Can one grapple as a reaction?
No.
Fuck.
You can make an attack opportunity if you wish.
Can I attack and make that a grapple? Is that a thing?
A grapple does replace your attack action.
But
Yeah,
can you
I'm
do it
trying
as
to
an
think whether or not
opportunity
that.
attack?
That's the question.
Rip her up.
Oh, a triple
Sweep
attack.
the leg.
No,
Sweep the leg.
I mean, it says you make one melee attack against the provoking creature.
Could that be a grapple or a shove is the question. Because they are attacks that are melee.
I'm gonna say no.
Okay.
It says you can use the attack action to make a special melee attack in the in terms of the grapple thing.
Right.
In the opportunity of attack opportunity bit, it says that you can make a melee attack.
Right.
So I'm afraid not.
Cool.
Yeah.
Could I try and trip her over or something instead?
I'll roll an attack, go on.
Just take the leg clean off. We can put it back on later.
Hey, I'm the one that can put it back on later. I'll have you know.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, to be honest, looking at these fungus things, if this keeps going the way it's going, the leg's going to put itself back on later.
That's a 17.
Perfect solution.
I believe that hits you, Hemlock.
That would hit me. Yep. Would that trip me up then?
Yeah, I'll say you're like
Okay.
you get to there and then you're knocked prone.
Okay.
So you can get up and keep moving, but you'll have much less movement to do so.
Yeah, well, I moved 5, 10, 15, and then get up and half movement, and that's it. Like,
You still have. Oh no, symbiotic entity is your action.
symbiotic entity is an action. I do still have a bonus action. Hold on a second. Do I have anything?
Can't run as a bonus action though.
Nope. Could do spreading spells, but I don't want to do that. Do I have any bonus actions? Am I still able to spell cast like this?
Yeah.
Okay.
You are not under any specific control.
Mm-hmm.
It is just
The script has just been flipped.
yeah.
But I'm feeling that pull to go towards the center there.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't have any bonus actions though, so that is nothing that would work here, so that's the end of my turn.
Alrighty, with that, Thea, it's over to you. You've backed off a little bit further down this kind of section of rock. You've seen a number of these creatures now get slain. The battlefield now thinned almost only down to this hook horror now standing up high on that stone outcropping. What would you like to do?
Thea heard Gribo's call for help. She can see he's safe now, well, relatively. But she will still aim at that hooked horror up on that ledge there. That dude. She's gonna steady herself, kneel down, and her bone to the side like a kill shot.
Go for roll and attack.
Shoot him!
Is this with sharpshooter?
She will go with the sharpshooter for the first one and see what happens.
Okay. It has been hurt before, so Colossus Slayer does apply.
Do the cool person by holding a bow like a gun, we hold it sideways.
Yep. And this is 17.
17 hits.
Nice.
Go ahead and roll some damage.
Elaborate.
So no sneak attack, but Colossus Slayer and Hunters. Oh,
Correct.
no Hunters mark because she didn't move it. So
Okay.
that's 21.
21 damage. It goes out.
On the second one, she would have remembered, oh shit, my Hunter's mark, and moved that on there.
Perfect.
Nice.
Oh, that's cocked die. Does 23 hit?
23
Yeah.
absolutely hits, yeah.
So, Hunter's mark on there. That's another 21.
Another 21. How do you want to finish off the last combatant on the around you? Apart from Hemlock.
So she would
Apart from
have,
Ah,
she would have aimed the first arrow because he's slightly up on the ledge, right through his neck and back through to his brain. But as the first arrow didn't go deep enough, she would have aimed the second arrow right in the same spot and just pushed it through, and so it pushes it out the back of his head.
One arrow hitting the other.
There is like a snapping sound that you haven't yet heard in this encounter, as all of these creatures' anatomies seem strangely soft or flexible, but there is a snapping sound as the arrow that was lodged inside the lower part of its beak is split in half and then just pushed apart, pulling open the bottom half of the neck. The other arrow pushes out the back of the head and the whole creature's head goes and there's a swaying as this large body crashes in and with a splash into that pool at the bottom. I think for now, we can dip out of initiative as all of the active combatants are gone. It is just a matter of what Hemlock is up to and what you guys are doing in response to that.
Hemlock is carrying on moving towards the center.
If Hemlock's gonna try and run.
Okay. Markos and the rest of you, what are you guys up to as this last body hits the ground?
Thea has another shot left.
Okay.
She is going to just like pull the third arrow and just start muttering under the breath, and you can see like vines wrapping around it as
Okay.
she pulls it out. Aims at Hemlock, and she will aim for a knee or a leg
Okay.
and cast Ensnaring Strike.
Beautiful.
Nice.
ooh.
31 to hit, 32 to hit.
Just
Oh,
about.
jeez.
What?
So that does deal 14 damage to
Ow.
you,
Mhm.
and also let me just check what you need to. Oh, strength saving throw.
Strength. I'm guessing I'm still rolling with my stats, Andrew.
Yes,
for strength.
physically you are the same.
It's okay. It's not a natural one, but it is a 1.
Oh
Excellent.
no.
You are restrained by magical vines. So as the arrow hits you, the vines just start to wrapping around your legs and plant themselves into the ground.
Beautiful.
Nice.
These vines burst out from the arrow around your leg. You see that pain shooting through from your legs. These people still trying to take away your control of your own body and stop you from finding whatever it is that's waiting for you inside this. Markos, what are you up to?
I was going to use the Iron Bands of Binding.
Okay.
Which seems like an opportune time.
Go for it.
So I make a ranged attack roll, and I use my proficiency. So, yeah. If she's restrained,
You have
do I have
advantage.
advantage? Cool, I'm going to sneak attack bind you. That's a natural 20.
Yeah.
So right in the forehead.
So 30 total.
Yeah.
Okay, can you make a DC 20 strength check?
Hemlock's not making that.
I rolled another unnatural 1.
I think you're physically incapable of getting a 20,
Yeah,
right?
I am. I'm physically incapable of getting a 20.
As your mind begins to race with anger and betrayal as these friends have tried to stop you by paralyzing you, thorny vines wrapping around you, there is a bunk and a small burst of white light in your vision, and immediately kind of magical chain link solid iron begins to unravel and wraps around you, and you find yourself restrained both by vines and by steel all at once.
At this point, I'm just gonna hoist my fucking Hemlock and just be like, okay, let's go.
Surely she's so wrapped up by stuff at this point. She's just like a burrito.
It's a bit of a steel and fine burrito.
DM, I'm
Yes,
guessing that in the current position I'm in, I'm not going to be able to cast spells with a somatic component. Is that right?
I think you still can. Restrained does actually not say anything explicit about restricting you from making gestures. That's your torso, but your lower arms are still there to
Doesn't those, the bindings, the metal bindings, doesn't that have something on it about covering the mouth?
Markos, please check.
There is a spell I'm looking at which is vocal, somatic, and material components. So
No, it just says here, on a hit, the target is restrained until you take a bonus action to speak the command word again to release it.
So so it's your because while restrained you can still attack, which means you can still swing a sword and stuff. Also, most of your arms are pulled, and you can pull away from it, and it does give a little, but enough to slow down your attacks and stuff. So you still can cast spells.
Restrain means you just can't move.
So, I'm gonna use a spell that I've literally never used before, which is innate as part of the Spores Druid thing. Okay. And I kind of breathe in using all of the spores and things that are around me, and Hemlock just becomes a cloud as I cast Gaseous Form on myself.
Okay.
Oh.
The bands go clinking onto the ground. The thorns create almost like a reef as they form this circle on the ground where they fall. And the spores that surround Hemlock, Hemlock becomes more of that. It's just slight black and yellow specks that hover in the air. And you're a kind of gas.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I can only move 10 feet a turn, so I just move like that.
Quick, someone breathe her in and hold your breath.
Catch her in a jar!
He does on it.
So I'll say you guys have you have a good few seconds now while Hemlock is very slowly drifting towards the nexus of this to do things, try things out.
I mean,
Stop the cloud.
Mr. Grebo's got a little hand up.
So Grebo gets his little legs running.
Okay.
Which again,
Oh my god!
he doesn't like.
What? Grebo's running!
I know. So he tries to run in front of the mist. In front of the spores.
Okay.
And he does two things. He puts his hands forward and gives a little blow in them. He goes, and he's casting Gust to push that back.
Okay.
Yes.
Also, inside her mind, he says, "Where are you trying to get to?"
Can I
You
respond
can
to
reply
that?
to that, right?
Yeah, you can reply to it.
Ooh.
But more kind of, do I have the mental, fortitude to respond to that currently?
Yeah.
I'll say back into Grebo's mind. I have to. Was it like a doorway that I saw in the center?
Yeah, it was like there's in that center nexus of this kind of grove of glowing fungus and lichen and moss.
Mm-hmm.
There seemed to be an entranceway that kind of opened up.
Yeah. I'll just kind of say back, like, she told me I had to go to the center. I had to go through the door. She told me I had to. She said I was home.
Grebo's, as she's saying this, Grebo's just shouting it back out for the rest of the party to hear. And he's going to keep trying to use Gust to
Push back
like
the
hammer
crowd of
off. I'm just gonna make sure that there's like if a roll needs to be made.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a strength saving throw.
I have advantage on strength saving throws currently, but it is still at a -1. So
yeah.
8.
No. So she keeps getting pushed back 5 feet.
Alright.
And Grebo will just say to everybody, earn the grove? That's his solution to most things.
Mr. Newt.
Upon hearing that, Newt, at this point, sort of running somewhat alongside Grebo, and then after hearing that, running towards this grove in the center, just calls out, "One step ahead of you." "Oh, sorry, Hemlock." And you see him bring his hands up, do a couple of like air punches, and then I'm going to cast Burning Hands on this grove in the center.
Alrighty. You channel that energy within yourself into the same power that creates those light punches, but it stays, you don't let it go. And the next one, and it builds further until it's this ball of energy, and then it begins to lick and crackle, and this wave of flames jets forwards. Do you want to roll damage for me?
Yeah, just to be absolutely certain, I'm casting this at 4th level.
Nice.
I'm spending 5 key points.
Perfect.
Oh, fuck.
Go ahead and roll some
that
damage.
is how does this work?
Your punches
So
are
it's
5th level.
First
spells.
level, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. So it's 6d6 fire damage. My punches are 4th level. Right? I am fucking shaking. 6. That is 20 fire damage.
20 fire damage. These various plumes and kind of rippling sheafs of this veil-like mycelia. It's beautiful. This colorful, glowing arrangement of varied mushrooms. It gets pushed back, and you see them curl at the tips and begin to catch light. And you see steam begin to rise. Joining you, Paraka, like, assist with some flames. But as you're standing there and watching, the fire that you set with that burning hands catches light. And as you're standing this close, you see sectors of it begin to fall away. And another begins to collapse. And they fall inwards and vanish. And then vanish. And as the rest begins to kind of pull into almost like a sludge. It almost feels like a whirlpool and is dragged down. And you see, as the flames begin to subside, you just smell more of that decay and sweetness. But in the center of this grove, it is just a black void, about 2 feet across. And as you look down into it, you see, you're looking down, but it's like a porthole horizontally into a beautiful forest.
Yeah.
Of mushroom-like trees that reach up and around. The ground itself is like purple roots that have grasped and wind. The air is thick with some kind of mist. What do you guys like to do? You guys can all see this void now opening as Hemlock in mist form is like a bit of ground
How long does the mist form last for?
An hour.
Oh, jeez.
But like with Gust up,
Good job, Gus.
and it goes so slow.
Okay.
Hemlock isn't really going to, unless Hemlock you want to try anything else or whatever.
What's your movement speed?
It's 10 feet.
With this, since it is hitting 5 past 8, should we
Yes.
take a short break?
Unless there's anything else supposed to do in this instant to this void that we have discovered.
I just want to very quickly ask, with seeing Nuke burning this grove, is there anything else that I see beyond that?
Yeah, I think so. As you're in this kind of space of incorporeality, you feel so as one with the spores that surround and protect you. Just as you feel your friends, your adopted family almost, killing these creatures that you know are monstrous, but they're monstrous in the same way that you raise zombies to your aid. They're monsters that are an extension of self. And as you're trying desperately to pull yourself toward this grove, toward this powerful entity, you feel so enthralled to join. And you see this grove burning away. And as your vision kind of begins to blacken at the edges, the senses begin to burn and melt away like so much ice. You see this void, and you can hear the calling from beyond it. And though the mushrooms around it are gone, you sense that beyond this void is just life. Life. Connection into... There is just a network of so much that is you beyond that hole. And I think that's a good suggestion, Mr. Jordan, and I think that is where we'll take a break.
Oh
Sorry.
God.
When I said earlier, let's get out of Andrew's scary meat cave zone and into a place with butterflies and flowers, I wasn't expecting the Feywild.
This is as much on you as it is on me, David.
You saying to Andrew, "Oh, wouldn't it be great if my symbiotic entity came from somewhere?"
We'll see. Thank you guys so much for watching. The chat has been super active, so thank you so much to Mitch is probably not crazy, the two Andrews, Monkey Slippers, Falcon, everyone out there that is getting involved in this chat. Thank you so much. We're glad you guys are along for the ride and enjoying it.
Daddy Pastel.
We'll be back.
Daddy Pastel as
We
well.
will be back
Pastel, awesome.
with a
Morn Reaver.
giveaway reveal
giveaway.
after the
Yes.
break. Woo! So we're making the list of everyone who has retweeted and followed us and liked the tweet, and we will be revealing who has won at the end of the break. So wait with much anticipation.
Also, a big shout out to GM Hina in the chat. Hina?
Yeah.
Hey,
Hina? GMHINA. That can't get that
Say
wrong.
you love Hina.
Perfect. So thank you guys so much
Isn't
for
that
getting
an
involved.
Oh,
If
no.
you guys missed it on our socials, this is where we hosted this beautiful giveaway for this amazing handcrafted leather dice bag. Don't focus on me, camera. Focus on it. Focus on it. Well, if you want to see better pictures of this and see the rules of the giveaway, get on our socials. We are super active and want you guys to be part of it. So check us out. On Facebook, it is at Chasing Tales Podcast. On Instagram, it is Chasing Tales Podcast. Twitter, it is at Chasing Tales Pod. And we're here joined by the Thea and Grebo of the infamous plane traveling cognitive merchant, the producers of this gorgeous stuff. Produced of beautiful, the armor that they're wearing now, as well as handcrafted leather and vegan and vegetarian leather, dice bags, dice trays, LARP, TTRPG accessories, and custom stuff. So go check them out. They are on Instagram as Cognitive Merchant, Twitter at Cognitive Merch, and their website, which is thecognitive.merchant.co.uk. Guys, thanks for joining us.
We'll be back at past.
Thanks, y'all.
Awesome. All right, back at 1:30. Go eat. See you guys soon.
Bye.
Stay hydrated.
Hello, everyone.
Goodbye, everybody.
Welcome back to Chasing Tales. We have a giveaway to finish, lads.
Oh shit!
I'm going to do this live. I have a randomizer up right now of all the people who entered on our lovely Twitter.
Wait, before you do though,
Where?
I don't know, it's just kind of cool. You know, like a while ago, we were like, hey guys, we play D&D, it's pretty fun, we should like stream it and stuff. And then like 6 months later, we actually started doing it. And now like I think we're on 9,900 followers on Twitter. We have a fucking
9,900.
sponsor and we're doing a giveaway.
Yeah.
It feels way too
man.
legit, but
What
here we
happens when
are.
you're
So
friends with the right
thanks everyone who's been
How
joining us
it be?
on this
Yeah,
journey.
give it 6 months. We'll be bigger than Crit Roll.
Don't.
We will
Manifest.
absorb them.
I'm like
Yeah.
torn. I'm torn between don't jinx it and manifest, and I don't know what.
Someone's gonna win this lovely dice bag.
Who's it gonna
Oh,
be?
so sexy. Here we
It's
go.
very sexy.
Who's it gonna be?
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Oh, drum roll, please.
A little. This probably sounds horrific.
Yeah, it probably does.
Damn it!
Wait
Someone
a
give me a drum
second.
kit, quick!
This website has done something odd.
Ben,
no.
get some drum kit
Don't forget,
sounds.
well, this is our first giveaway. We know what we're doing.
Oh,
We're
absolutely.
new to giveaway.
Here we go.
Ooh.
Let's try again.
Ooh.
The Twitter is, oh my god, it's GM Hina at Hina
Oh.
Shergold.
Hey.
Thank you, GM Hina.
Yay!
Yes.
Congratulations,
Yeah, so we
GM
will-
Hina. Great timing on getting your network error resolved.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we will pop you over a message on Twitter, probably, to sort out sending you the lovely dice bag.
That's
Good
so
job.
cool.
I hope everyone
Nope.
enjoyed the
Wrong
giveaway,
way around.
and hopefully we'll do another one at some point. Who knows?
So pretty. Though.
Baby.
Like this, like you guys have seen part of the aesthetic for like BBEG stuff throughout this campaign, and it's a little bit Lady Cathalanzara, the ancient green dragon that is Ashura's dom. But it's also a bit like overarching BBEG. You guys will see if you have watched before or
Don't-
watch
that-
in the future. But yeah, GM Hina, I hope you enjoy this. Congrats! Awesome. Let's get this out of the way.
Woo-hoo.
Hell yeah!
Exciting.
Colin Birching, if you can't see Meg, do you want to disconnect your video and reconnect really quick before we resume?
Disconnecting now.
Oh, what's happened?
They've left. We're now sponsored by Coca-Cola.
Oh,
Whoa.
God.
That
Yo,
would be weird.
real quick, guys. Can we talk about getting like a sponsorship? Not like a
What?
company, just the concept of tea.
Oh, right. Oh,
Not-
God. We're all in different places. Now I'm the cognitive merchant.
I am Maple. Hold on, I will play the role.
We just need them to turn their camera back on, and then we'll be good.
Ah!
Now, Megan is now Markos.
There we go.
Bang bang, motherfucker.
Bang, bang,
Nice.
bang. Here?
All right.
No god.
You good?
We
See
got
us
it, we're
okay?
good. Yes.
And you can
Excellent.
see us okay?
Perfect.
Yeah.
We can see and hear you. Awesome.
Hell yeah.
Alrighty. Giveaways done, pizza consumed, Diet Cokes obtained. We're back. Let's play some D&D. So, where we
Other brands of
left
cola
off,
are available.
where we left off, Hemlock in gaseous form, some kind of fungal hive mind presence, twisting her thoughts and desires to meet with this mycelia-veiled humanoid female figure, disappearing into this doorway of fungus in the center of this glowing grove. Trying to reach there, but overcoming grasping vines and iron bands and the muscles of Maple, she now stands in gaseous form, being blown back by Grebo's gust spell. Newt, wielding your flames from your key points to your monkish bullshit to burn away this grove, you discovered a small, maybe 2 foot in diameter hole, cracked at the bottom of the stone-like, concentric circular stone that makes up this full grove. You can see now that this is where this pinkish liquid is coming from, as well as potentially coming from the fungus around. There is a small stream of it dribbling over the edge of this hole out and filling the rock pools that surround you. Hemlock, you are still in gaseous form. The rest of you in this instant have just heard Newt call out the burning of this grove and the discovery of this void. What do you guys want to do?
I think realizing that I'm not getting anywhere in this form, but now for now the physical entanglements have done. I'm gonna drop out of gaseous form back as me.
Okay.
And just say, you don't understand. I have to go. I have to go. Please.
Why? Why do you have to go?
Because she said that I had to. She said that I was going home. She has to know. She has to know something about why I'm like the way that I am. Please, just let me go.
And Grebo tilts his head to one side and looks up at her and says, "Well, come back on your own time. Right now you're on my dollar. You need to come and find this with us now." And he's looking at it. He's just got old man grumpy face.
Mm-hmm.
He's like,
Look, I don't know what this is or what is happening to me, but for so long I've not known what it is that is living inside me. And if it comes down to a choice between your money and understanding what it is that I've been from the moment I gained these powers, that's not a choice, Grebo. I'm sorry, I have to go.
Hearing you say this, Newt is going to walk back over, and if you'll let him, he will take your hand in his.
Mm-hmm.
Make a con save. No, I'm kidding. Sorry.
I'm holding it. It's still up. It is still up.
Look, Hemlock, if anyone understands what you're going through right now, it's myself. Not knowing the moment where you gain your sentience, who you... It's scary. It's confusing. But you will find those answers.
I will. Right there.
But you
She's
don't
right
need to rush.
there.
Rushing into things that you don't know will not help you in the long run. There's
What
a
is
reason
it?
why I haven't ran off to Titan's back. There's a reason why I haven't tried to run into Volm to figure out who or what I even am. There's a reason it took me 3 years to find out what my own fucking name was.
What is it? What is it then? Why is it like this that since I've joined you there have been 2 creatures on this earth that might have some idea as what I am and what I understand? Her, and I'll point over to the grove, and that, and I'll point to the pouch on your hip. And you've kept me from both of them. They're right there.
Just because the answer is within reach does not mean it's the answer.
Hemlock, you hear a slight voice. He's right. But why is it his choice? And as you hear that, Grebo, your hand is up.
Grebo's just, while that conversation was happening, Grebo was quietly casting Detect Magic to see if she's under some kind of magical influence.
Alrighty. Just hold on just one moment for me.
I think while you're looking that up and while this is happening, after you say that, Newt will reach down to the pouch which has the coin in it and will hold it out towards you. Hemlock says, if it really means this much to you, I can't tell you what to do. I can only give you my thoughts. Just please.
I know you mean well.
Watch into what you don't know.
I know you mean well. I know you all mean well. But to have gone through 20 years of my life being called cursed hag and witch and creature, and then have something there that can tell me what it is and not take it. It hurts that I could, I don't know, prove them wrong or prove them right, but at least I'd know. And I'm gonna look towards Pariah. At least I'd be able to take back what they've said about me for myself.
He looks back with his kind of deep blue eyes with just a look of saddened understanding. Grebo, as you cast Detect Magic, you sense no magic across Hemlock, aside from the items that she normally carries. However, you do get a powerful aura of conjuration coming from the grove itself. I'll say make a nature or arcana check.
Arcana. That's a 16.
16. You recognize conjuration, and from the description of this kind of void, you are very confident this is a portal to somewhere. And you try and think of the various descriptions and the smells and the visuals around here to try and ascertain a portal to where. You're not quite certain.
Would Grebo be able to know whether this portal is going to stay open?
Don't know. You don't know how long it's been here. It hasn't closed in your presence.
Okay. Grebo goes and just kind of tugs on the back of her robes and says, "Look, I didn't put it the right way, but what I mean is, I've seen a lot. Past, present, future. I've seen a lot. I know that what we do here today, and you being with us, going getting what we need, is important. Important for all of you. So let's forget gold. I will make sure that if we accomplish our mission, you get something better than gold. But also, I give you my word that after we complete this, and you are ready, go and find that place there," and he points to like the portal. "When you are ready to find that place there, I'll make sure you have all the help I can possibly give you. You have my word." He's been very, very genuine, and he's like, "You need to do this first. You need to trust me on it."
I'm tired of going and having so much that I don't know. You know, I thought it was over when I got them back. I don't know what to do.
It seems to me like you're wanting to go there because something has told you that what is down there will help define you. You don't need it. Take it from somebody over 300 years old. You define yourself. There are people that have said I'm evil. There are people that have said that I use evil magics. They've said all kinds of things about me. I've been a terror of villages. I've been the savior of villages. I have one thing when it comes to people. Fuck them.
He's just like nodding along the entire time, like, hell yeah, brother.
And all the people around you, they're the ones that help define your world. But they don't define what's in there. And he gives her like a proper little prod. And just says, so There is no rush. You've got plenty of time. And then he just turns around to start gathering stuff up, as if to say, like, right, let's get on our way.
As at this pause of gathering things, Prior, still near this portal, looks back towards the rest of you. Are we sure there's nothing we can do to see exactly what's down there? None of this was particularly friendly.
Well, what makes you think that in there is he friendly?
I'm intuiting that whatever was around here protecting this came from it, or was at least touched by it. Understanding what it is, I think is a little beyond me, but no, it's just a thought. I'm ready to go when you are. You have
Hemlock,
heads.
I'll
Over.
follow you anywhere, but I don't know if jumping through a portal to who knows where right now, we're pretty spent. This might not be the time to go diving into the unknown. Wait a night, maybe.
Give me a moment.
She'll still be there.
And I'm gonna walk on over to that void. And stand like as close as I can to it. And I'm gonna do. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say, Newt will come with you. He won't try and stop you in any way. Just stay by us.
And I don't know whether this will do anything, but I want to try anyway.
Go on.
As part of my symbiotic entity, I have a thing that I can do called spreading spores, which is when it's active, I can take the spores around me and put them in a 10-foot cube 30 feet away for a minute.
Okay.
I want to try and send them down into the portal.
Okay.
Just them, not me.
They drift and filter down and away. You feel through them a feeling almost like electricity. In the same way that you are the nexus of a network between yourself and the spores and the creatures you summon, the undead you create. It's like you can sense there is a network like that spans miles and miles.
I'm just gonna wait for that full minute, just kind of standing there with my hand out. And once that minute passes, I'm gonna let them drop, let the entity drop. And take a deep breath and not saying anything and just start pulling myself away. If I can.
Make an insight check.
It's
And
the portal
Grebo,
lying.
could you make a persuasion check?
18 on insight.
Persuasion. Just an 8 for Grebo.
Okay. As you're standing over this precipice, Hemlock, it's almost like looking down a well, but the water is coming out of it, pouring into the rock pools around you. You see the ashen remains of the burned fungus and plants that kind of make a mound around this hole. You feel conflicted.
Mm-hmm.
You know and you can feel that something has affected your mind from being close to this. You're smart enough to know that this is not all just your curiosity. But if anything, that sparks your interest more. You can feel there is something beyond this that is related to you. And as you listen to your friends and about how you need to take your time and be patient and be careful, there is just a very small part of you that breaks. Fuck careful. As you turn to leave, that pool remains, that visage of this beautiful female form shrouded in this beautiful gossamer-like veils of mushroom lingers in your mind. Your alignment shifts from lawful good to chaotic good,
Okay.
but your will is your own, and you may lead if you wish.
Yeah, I'm gonna, as I walk past, I'm gonna take the coin from Newt and tie it back onto my belt. And then just kind of... In fact, before I go, I'm gonna take the coin and then I'm gonna druid craft a bunch more of those mushrooms to start growing around where the ground was burnt. And
As
then
you-
walk away.
As you cast that spell, there's a brief instant where your senses drop and there's no floor. It is just blackness in all directions. You're sitting on the side of a bed. Your bed. Young. And as you get up from this bed and begin walking away, you glance back and you see this tall, veiled woman sitting on the bed from where she was beside you. And as you look away, there's that feeling of warmth, of understanding and love. A familiar emotion as to when, almost like when you've had an argument with a parent and it comes to its end.
I'm going to stop you there, Andrew, because Ben's Wi-Fi and Jordan's Wi-Fi has died, so apparently we are not live.
Oh, fuck.
Lame.
Am I reading that right?
As far as I can see, we still are.
We
Benny?
seem
We're
to be
still
live.
here.
We're alive.
Where
Oh, we're
are
still
we?
live.
We're
But Jordan's
good?
dead.
Yeah.
Jordan's
Jordan's
gone.
dead. Jordan, go sit with Benny.
Benny, you on
Well,
wired
Jordan's not.
connection?
What's...
So everyone's good apart from Jordan in this moment.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
sorry for the
Jordan,
interruption then in that case.
No,
I was just-
that's good.
Yep.
Good to know the status of things.
Oh, there goes Jordan.
There goes Jordan. We'll let him reappear before I continue, however.
There we go.
Hello.
Jordan.
Hello.
There we go.
Internet
that
decided
video one.
to just die.
Uh-oh.
That'll be good.
Ruh-oh.
Are we still good for
There
stream?
we go.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yes, I think we are.
Assuming it's
Yeah.
realigning
Yeah.
itself, it's all good.
Okay.
Cool. All right. Cool. So, as you walk away from this empty void, it's that same
Jordan's
feeling
video is just
as
loading.
walking away from a parent.
Mm-hmm.
You know the love and that connection is still there. It always will be. And as you turn back to look in front of you, you see the same pink lake off to your right-hand side with that soft ambient sunset glow. And as the rest of you begin walking, you leave this fungal nest behind and continue along your way. Is there anything anyone wishes to do? Are you resuming your original marching order?
Just to check because the connection was a bit fucky. So Hemlock, you took the coin, right?
I did, yes.
Alright, cool.
So, are you guys resuming your initial marching order? Anything you guys are doing as you leave this
Yeah.
space?
Yeah, before we head
Um,
off, I'll just quickly say, is anyone hurt? I can do a small amount of healing.
I'm fine.
I'm not too bad. I'm pretty chill.
Cool. Let's go.
How much time has passed
Alright.
since we entered here?
So you guys have been underground.
Because it was 7 hours at the end of the last
Yes,
game.
I'll
pretty
say
much.
it's been with the walking the lake stuff and then all of that. I'll say it's been another. It's been another 2.
So it's been like 9 hours.
A few more hours. We want to start thinking maybe resting somewhere.
The other
Yeah,
thing
maybe.
is, I am seriously magically drained. We can still rest here. I can open up the mansion and we can rest. We'll be perfectly safe.
I think let's travel.
Yeah, should
for a
we
bit further
get to
first.
the other side of the lake and then rest?
Make as
Yeah.
much progress as we can.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alrighty. So, resuming your initial marching order, you continue along this shoreline, and as you progress away from this grove, the rocky outcroppings become less and less, and eventually this shoreline kind of cuts away into a tunnel, maybe 15, 20 feet wide, growing and shrinking at parts, that curves away from the lake. But you can see at the edge of your vision, it splits and winds, and you can see from the light of the lake, this tunnel rejoins the shoreline at several points. This kind of honeycomb of holes for these tunnels. Who's at the front of this little exploring group? Thea
will
and
be somewhere near
Markos?
front.
Thea and Markos again.
Alrighty.
Sure.
Are you guys
Yeah.
are you guys moving stealthily, or are you guys just making some ground?
Yeah, I think we're probably just
Stealthily
making
for
progress.
Stealth
Thea.
as usual, I suppose.
Alrighty then, stealth checks from everybody, please.
Is Pass Without a Trace still up?
It lasts 10 minutes in his concentration, and hold person was cast in between then, so no.
Oh, and that's also concentration, so yep. That's crap. That's a 16 total. Bad roll.
Ooh.
14 for Hemlock.
Okay.
17 for Newt.
Also a 16 for
people got
Maple. I
18.
rolled like a 5. Like, ugh.
Same.
For Thea
17 for Thea too. I also roll. I
Damn, all
rolled
the
3.
stealthy people rolled shit today.
and
Where's
Good.
13 to start now? Yeah.
Could our front runners Markos and Thea make perception checks at disadvantage, please?
Yeah.
And don't worry, like it's for the stuff that goes beyond and that mid-dim range. I am
Yeah.
accounting
So
for
like I've got dark vision up,
And-
but it's
Yeah.
not for the bit that I can see. It's
Yeah.
Natural
oh
1.
wonderful. I got a 15 total.
So there's 15 on Markos and sorry, Thea, what was that for you?
Not 1. 14 total.
Ooh. Alrighty. Guys, you're still all pretty fairly quiet. You progress up this tunnel that curves away from the lake, that pink glow now coming from behind you. You see almost like soft shadows of yourselves darting up these tunnels. And you can very quickly see, after maybe 5 minutes of walking, that these tunnels crisscross and wind. And it's fairly easy to like find your way through them staying close to the lake.
Oh,
You notice
and very quickly, just before I forget, sorry. Can I have recovered my javelin of lightning?
Yes. As you do so find it, it does appear to have a bit of a crack just where the spearhead meets the wood of the length of the shaft.
Oh, I don't like
It's
that.
still functional, but there is a slight bit of damage to it.
I don't like that.
So, as you guys are moving forward, however, you do notice, all of you, like small, maybe 3-foot diameter tunnels intersect with this. Dozens of them crisscrossing in and out. You see rubble which kind of mounds outside the front of them. Markos and Thea, you notice out of the corner of your eye, you see a little of motion. As you pause, you hear very quietly a movement through these tunnels that then goes quieter and quieter. Focusing in on these, you notice a small object just at the very limit of your dark vision resting near one of these holes. That's a little like long and oddly shaped for a rock or anything that you've seen before here.
A big poop. Just breaking the tension there.
Are we quite close to these open?
They are like the tunnel. The big tunnel that you're in is like 20 feet across, and there are lots of these small openings that pock into this tunnel.
Can I carefully look at this object?
Gonna try.
Sure.
Yeah, try and get closer to that thing, see what it is.
Sure. You guys both advance on this small object, curious as to what this thing lying outside of these openings is. And as you get closer, you see a glint of almost like pale grey as the grayscale of your dark vision sees pale white bone. Covered up in part by a piece of half-plate armor, you just see a skeletal hand and like forearm just resting on the ground.
Oh wait, Wi-Fi's gone again.
Jordan, stop!
I don't know whether that's Jordan or
Is
Benny.
stream still good?
Benny dropped the message, so...
Stream seems to be still up.
Stream seems fine, Jordan less so.
Yep, stream's still up.
Okay. Lame.
Jordan can't... Oh, Jordan, speak.
I can see Jordan.
Hello.
I can see everyone.
Yeah, okay, good.
Sorry about this, everybody. If we could wave our hands and Wi-Fi, be fine, but we can't.
Newt needs a firmware update.
He does. Thank you for your patience, everyone, for sticking with this.
When he fell, his antenna got a bit like bent.
Yes, it did. But yeah, so Thea and Markos, you find this partially armored forearm and hand just lying on the ground.
This is foreboding. Shall we rest before we travel further?
Sounds good to me.
I would like to just do a bit of a further scout of this tunnel and like walk up to a few of the smaller ones and listen in.
Okay, go ahead and make a straight perception check for me.
I would like to assist.
Oh, go on then.
Nice. That's 26.
26, hell yeah. So, taking this moment to kind of just advance a little bit further and check down these other offshoot tunnels, you see maybe kind of 70 feet down this tunnel, most of a leg, skeletal, near one of the openings of these tunnels, picked clean. And I'll say with your both of you working together and with your expert survival knowledge, you do see on the bone teeth marks, but not just like a single scratch. These bones have been gnawed clean. They have been picked and eaten, probably after the death of whatever this creature was. Pushing a little bit further, you find a breastplate pulled and torn and punctured and pulled off, and you see most like a scattering of ribs and things.
Looking at the tooth marks.
Sorry,
you go if you want
to. Say.
You'll be able to figure out what they are.
We can both have a closer look at the teeth marks to see whether we can recognize what left them.
Have a little nature check.
My nature's not amazing. Is yours good, Thea?
Do you want to do it with that hand? Yeah, mine's decent.
Yeah, I'll assist you then.
Yeah. 27.
27. You have encountered in the past insect-like burrowing creatures that make entire sections of the Underdark on other worlds very dangerous territory. Quadrupedal, very like chitinously covered creatures with many, many sharp teeth that attack in swarms. that are about maybe 4 feet long from end to end, known as Kruthix.
I'm sorry, Screwfix.
Yes.
Screw fix.
Kruthix.
Yeah, they got a great deal on bone saws right now, apparently.
Hey.
I say you do notice that with that chonky perception though, there are other belongings of this person. You see like an edge of a backpack strap, like on one end, like on just like against a wall. You know, an old like water canteen scattered somewhere else on the floor.
Can I find the backpack itself?
Yeah. I say with that perception, like working together around this area, you locate the rest of this person's belongings. You find a small satchel with one of the straps has been destroyed. This bag looks like it was dropped while this person was running. Alongside, like it just almost like fallen out of it, you see almost like a white and blue box, like the size and shape of like a shoebox. There is a glass vial, kind of half buried by just dirt on the side, and there's also a mace, which is near his other arm, like 50 feet away.
Aww. Thea will just pick up the bits. She doesn't really look them over too closely. She's more of a gather, check the area out, and then head back to the rest of the party.
Alrighty.
Tell them what we found.
So you're gathering all of those things?
Yeah.
Alright. The rest of you guys see as Markos and Thea kind of venture forth and Datson return with this kind of armful of bits and bobs. Grebo, you get a few magical sniffs as these things are returned to you. The mace itself seems to have some kind of sniff to it. The bag, a very familiar, simple conjuration. It's a bag of holding. As a magical creating man, you have dealt with many of these. And there is a potion that has some abjuration. The box. What is that box? I think that box is probably transmutation.
It is dangerous to proceed. It appears that the tunnel ahead is the home to a large number of small, well, pretty big, but smaller than us, creatures that will swarm us.
Smaller than some of us.
Smaller than some of us. That's
half of us.
About the size of a large dog. About the size of a large dog. Grebo, can you summon that haunted mansion of yours again?
I can summon my mansion, yes, definitely. And Grebo steps forward and he makes like a little doorway pattern with his finger, and he gives a little knock on the door, and it opens up, and inside you see his very lush mansion. Very oldie-worldy as well.
Let's go in and we can have a chat and eat something and rest, hey?
Let's go.
Sounds good.
I need to sleep.
The various phantasmal servants come to you all to offer foods and the drinksies.
The drinksies.
I assume the same host-pleasing rooms are available to you all. Yeah, you guys have the mansion. What do you guys want to do?
There is a dining room, right?
Yeah, there's a dining room.
Thea's just gonna suggest, normally I'd just go to my room, but today I think we might need to have a quick chat about what we're doing going forwards. So, anybody hungry?
Hell yeah.
Sure.
Let's go to the dining room.
Nothing with mushrooms, please.
Fair enough. I second that.
All right.
Yeah, Grebo gets to that because it's like a big. It's like the old posh, really long tables with loads of chairs and stuff around it. And he goes and sits at the head of the table, and like the table comes up to his like nose, and then he reaches down, and there's a little handle on the side of his chair, and he starts pumping it, lifting himself up. Yeah, until he's at the same height as everybody else.
All the chairs are the same, so if there's anybody else bit short,
they all have height. They are all height adjustable.
You're all levelly raised. The fan has so much
Pariah
being
just
to
gets
bring out a
taller.
selection of milk. Pariah winds it down a little bit.
Newt looks at it and goes, maybe I could have one of those.
Yeah, and the servants will just bring food and drink out.
I'm starving.
Mm.
Food comes out. You guys
Well.
have.
So it seems like we came across a nest of some sort. Of those creatures, like hive-like living creatures that attack in swarms. This is going to be tricky.
Yeah.
So we should figure out some sort of plan from here on. Staying quiet for sure, but if we can figure out something even better, then I'm all up for that.
DM, did you say that the
I don't
tunnel?
fancy ending up like that guy.
Sorry, DM, did you say the tunnel we're in has areas that go down onto the beach?
Yeah, like it kind of it veers away from the water side, and there are other tunnels that come to and go back to the water side. There are like it's now more of a maze, but you can stay close to the water while moving down.
Okay. I'm wondering if we avoid the tunnel and try and make some way across the water. Hemlock. Hey, sorry to ask you this. I understand that you're under stress and things, but you're able to turn into animals, right? Large animal.
I'm not tonight, but by tomorrow, yes.
Sure. Do you believe you could ferry a few of us across, or all of us across? I do not like the looks of the tunnel ahead.
I could. If the ceiling was high enough, I could fly. I'd rather not get in the water.
Sure.
I was going to say the water is not very safe looking.
It will only last 10 minutes, but tomorrow I can get it so that a couple of us can fly.
That would also be a help.
I'm
It would
easy enough
avoid-
to carry, so
Yeah, you can.
I can also probably carry someone else.
If flying? Maybe.
Yeah,
Yeah.
We
I
could
think
do that.
going above the water would probably be the best idea than in the water.
I agree.
Yes. We do not want to end up like the, well, skeleton and scraps of armor we found.
Definitely not.
Mr. DM,
That's me.
with the Gordark water from this lake, does it look like it was similar to what those orcs exploded into? Or does it look like those are two separate liquids?
Looks kind of familiar.
Like same kind of vibe?
That's a similar vibe. I'll give you that.
Okay. Okay.
Hemlock examined the water before, and I'm pretty sure she said it kind of links into the fungus.
Okay.
Cool. So it sounds
way
like
over.
we're doing a combination of flying and maybe some creature transformations.
Yeah. Let's figure
Could
it
be a
out.
plan.
So how many people can you make? How many make fly?
2.
And how far is it across the lake? Can we see the other side? Man, so we don't even know how far we're going.
10 minutes of
That's
flying is
going to
probably
be
enough,
tricky.
right?
What's the flying speed?
Well, flying speed would be 60 foot. So
Okay.
you can fly at
60 feet per
Oh.
6 seconds.
Yes.
One might.
120 if you were to dash.
One might qualify it that way. I was still trying to find a different way to say that.
20, approximately 20 feet per second. If we were to the flying equivalent of dashing or sprinting,
Yeah.
that's a fair
So-
distance we can
That's
cover.
pretty far.
Pretty
Yeah.
far.
And I can make two, possibly 3 at a push fly.
I can probably
Well,
carry
if-
2 people.
Somebody has. Oh, okay. Yeah, fair enough.
This is Maple being like, I have 19 strength. I can just carry all of you
But
in my arms.
Maple also being 3 feet tall.
When you're flying, it doesn't matter.
I can change shape for
Should
5
definitely-
hours.
We should definitely figure out some sort of harness system going on as well. Nobody wants to drop, right?
That's true.
Hmm.
Andrew is in the roll 20 to like, hey guys, you've got some items.
You brought in a couple of things.
I'm
that
waiting
fire,
for it.
do
I'm
they-
waiting. Don't
Are
worry.
they? Do those?
Like, as
are
much
they
as I love
attachment
the
anyway?
various plans and stuff, I also
Yeah.
don't want you guys to like make all the plans, prepare the stuff, cast the spells, and then realize something else.
Something, eh? Is it the magic mace of flying or
So
something?
as people are chatting and stuff,
Just me on
but has been casting identify a few times on the items.
Alrighty. Throughout this conversation, it's easy enough to do a few castings of that. A few of them are quite ordinary. The bag of holding, which you recognize by sight, appears to indeed be a bag of holding. The potion appears to be a potion of necrotic resistance. The magic mace appears to be a mace of smiting, so it's a good mace, especially against constructs. And
I don't
the
feel
box,
comfortable with that.
seems to have some kind of nautical transmutation properties.
It might be some kind of magic
It's a
boat.
boat.
It seems to have a folding boat.
Oh,
we had
well.
some kind of nautical transportation that we could use instead of all of these spells.
Fuck
So
me having to carry 2
Rebo
people.
like Rebo raises
Well.
his hand to like interrupt the conversation and says, I've just checked these items out and this appears to be a boat.
Oh, have you not seen a boat before?
Does it look like a proper boat right now that we could all fit in? No. And then he does something to it, and it folds out all the way along the table.
Oh,
So
Jesus,
it
no.
requires,
Just
It requires-
knocking the food and everything flying.
it requires 3 command words. One command word turns it into a 10-foot long, 4-foot wide boat. The second turns it into a 24-foot long, 8-foot wide boat. And the third closes it. So what command word do you issue it? And what size boat
Just
do
the
you...
first one.
What?
First one,
What-
just
what
table
magic
size,
word
but
do
big
you
enough to knock everything off the tables.
My
Wh-
soup.
what is the magic command word that you utter to...
So I have to make a
Oh, yeah.
command word.
Uh-huh.
The first command word is breeze,
Okay.
the small one, and the command word for the bigger one is Gale.
Alrighty. As you
And
utter
to
the
fold
word
it up,
breeze.
it's just close. Yeah.
Alrighty. This shoebox-sized box, which is it's white in coloration, almost like there's no side to it or seam to it. It's almost like a Japanese puzzle box of like paneled white and dark blue. It's kind of strange but beautifully crafted box. Immediately goes and almost like a transformer that turns like a mobile phone into a helicopter, just like keeps unfolding and unfolding, and then boom, there is a 10-foot long, 4-foot wide boat. It has a pair of oars presenting out either side. An anchor sits towards the back. There is a mast and a lateen sail, so like a triangular sail, kind of like unfolds and stands between the mast and the boom, and hangs there limply in the still air. Boom, boat.
Rebo! What? I was eating that! Well, like, this boat can go even bigger. But I just thought I'd show you what it does. And Grebo just says, close! And snaps his fingers and it folds back up.
Bing.
So we can go on this water stuff. If you want to, just saying.
Well, that makes life easier.
Yes. Definitely.
I
Not
mean-
right now, though.
Wait, if you could have just done that from the start, like,
I only just
What?
found out.
wait, is that not a? I'm so.
No, we
confused.
just found this. There was a dead guy in the tunnel. I think you are having some problems. You seem a little dazed from the fight still. Perhaps maybe some like Warforged Wi-Fi issue. But
Look, I just don't understand magic. In all
that will
honesty.
that too.
Like,
And also Grebo, because he's just stuffed his face and drank something quick, and he's so magically wiped out now. Like you can see his eyes like closing and nodding, and he presses a button on his chair, and he just like drops down and just says, "Look, I'm going to bed. Don't stay up too late." And he toddles off and goes to get some sleep because he is wiped.
fair.
Is there anything anyone else would like to do before heading to bed and resting for the night?
Yes.
Bring us some wine.
Some wine
I-
is brought. Hemlock.
Yeah. Once kind of we've all split away and Hemlock is alone in her bedroom, I'm gonna take out the circlet that Lithia gave me, and I want to sit with it for a bit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna cast, like, kind of going through the process, just sort of sitting with it. I'm gonna cast Detect Magic on it and see if anything else pops up. And then depending on what happens, there's one more thing I might want to do as well.
Okay. As you cast the spell and you feel that awareness spread out from you, first off, it is buzzing
Yeah.
with magic from the mansion itself. And also the various items on yourself and your compatriots in the nearby bedrooms. The circlet itself, it seems to have some kind of ambient transmutation to it.
Mm-hmm.
And there seems to be almost like a flitting energy to it, like there is some kind of power to it, but you're not quite sure what.
In that case, this might not come of anything, but I'm going to do it anyway. Just kind of sitting on the bed with it in my lap. I'm going to hold it and cast Speak with Plants. And just kind of hold it in my hands and say, I don't know if anyone can hear me, but if you can, I'm grateful for any presence you might provide. Strange down here.
Two of the woven vines that curl around to form it, like, separate ever so slightly and begin to move, kind of like a mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Part of me is here. there is a familiar voice of the Dryad that bequeathed this upon you.
Thank you. I'm confused. I don't really know what to do, Lithia. What am I?
When a seed falls from a tree, finds earth, and reaches for the sun, what need does it have to find the tree that dropped it?
It's just that feeling of something like me, but so much bigger. I felt so alone for so long, and to have that just be there was like nothing I'd ever felt before.
Is it a question of what you were, or what you could be?
I don't know. That's what makes it hard. I've known for a while that I'm not just me, I'm more than just me, but I didn't know what that meant, and I didn't want to know what that meant, but now I want to know where it came from. I want to know why me. I want to know what it could be. I want to know, am I going to become like that?
Not by yourself. And I don't think there are any currently that wish that for you.
Okay. Thank you. I'm just going to kind of sit until the spell fades. And yeah, that's all I'm going to do.
The slightly flexing and moving vines that make this circlet slow and rewind themselves. And it lies still.
Okay. Yeah, I'm good.
Alrighty. Anything else from anyone else they wish to do?
I'd like to just very quickly inspect the damage that happened to the
Okay.
here.
Make an investigation check.
Oh. Now, would I possibly be able to wriggle this slightly as to involve my carpenter's tools somehow? As I did
Also
specify that there is a workshop in my room.
Make an intelligence check and add your proficiency modifier.
Thank you. That means it's not -1. Still not great. That's an 11.
11. You can see this crack in the wood. You're not entirely certain on the construction of this magical spear, this javelin, and you're unsure if this crack goes all the way through or halfway through, or if it's just a surface bit of damage. So for now, you're unsure how severe the damage is.
Okay. Yeah, I think that is. I think what Newt will do then is take a short rest for a bit,
Okay.
and then spend most of his time in the mansion, just inspecting, playing around with the javelin, seeing what he can, if there is anything that he can do with the tools that he currently has.
I'll say putting that amount of time into it, you do ascertain that it's not a super deep crack. If it were to get massively bigger, it would be a problem. You're not entirely sure how much the magical nature of this javelin affects how strong it is. And I'll say with the tools that you have from this conjured mansion, you don't really have the tools to hand that you'd need to try and fix it.
Okay.
Alright. You'll find rest. You will have a long rest. Check your things. They get reset your spells if you need to. Unless there is anything that anyone would like to do of the morning, I am conscious of the time and I don't wish us to overrun. And also, I'm conscious that we only have our dear J and B for this week. So, I said anything in particular anyone is desperate to do, I shall whisk you along a little bit faster.
Whisk.
Is everyone happy with that?
Yeah.
I'll just say Hemlock is going to be now wearing the circlet from now.
Cute.
Alrighty. In that case, breakfast comes to you by the hands of these phantasmal servants. You exit the mansion and the door shimmers and vanishes from sight. Progressing down to the shoreline of the nearest tunnel, you see that same pinkish-orange glow coming up from this forest of flora that coats the bottom of this strange lake. Pushing this small floating box forward into the water, and uttering the second command word, Gale, this large 24-foot-long boat unfolds and a large square sail unrolls and hangs limply in the soft, almost still air. There are oars along the side of this ship, however, and you all take your various seats and, judging best you can from where you've come from, pick a direction and go.
Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream.
It is eerie and beautiful. After maybe 5 minutes of rowing, you are. It's a strangely claustrophobic version of being at sea with only water on the horizon, except it is just pinkish glow that descends into darkness. A ceiling too high to see, no shore in sight, and it is just the slightly undulating forest-like floor beneath you that glows in this strange coloration. Occasionally you see a small flittering flying creature, but in and out of your sight. A few of them stop a little closer by, strange, almost insect-like creatures like large dragonflies that come close, perch on the sail top, and leave again. Say Markos and Thea, you notice as you're rowing, movement in the water below.
Oh.
Almost like a winding, like an eel, and it vanishes. Occasionally, over the sound of the splish, splish of the oars, you hear a little further off, and your gaze darts off to one side, and you see ripples from something having disturbed the surface, just out of sight.
Something large or small?
Let's say medium.
Oh, good.
Okay.
After about an hour or so, hour and a half, you see another one of these creatures. And after catching a few glimpses, you're fairly sure that at least one of these pallid, webbed-fingered humanoids with the eel-like tails are in the water around you.
Yeah.
Eventually you begin to see a slight reddish glow. In the distance, far off, as you turn the boat towards it and row, you begin to see more of these creatures. One, its head, like its glassy eyes just above the surface. And the second you look towards it, it goes, bloop, and you almost see like the eel-like tail through the water. Is there anything in particular anyone would like to do on this boat journey as you see all these creepy observers?
I'm good.
Okay. Following this strange red beacon of a light, it begins to go closer and closer. And this, you now see maybe a 40-foot, 50-foot wide beach. dotted with what look like chunks of rock, maybe 15 or so feet high, almost like stalagmites. You see a sort of inlet of this lake, this almost a stream that goes in to where you see the edge of the wall lit up by this red beacon of light. And you see this wall actually ascends and curves up like a large blood vessel carving through the ground. As you swim a little bit closer, the boat pushing through the water, leaving that wake behind it, the glowing plants drifting slightly and swaying as your boat passes over them. You see these little chunks of rock have windows, and doors haphazardly covered over by either planks of some wood-like material or hanging hides of some creature. The boat itself begins to come close to the shore, and it's easy enough to lower the anchor and dismount, jumping down, and you find yourself on like a gravelly ground. As you do so and dismount, you see slithering out of the water 1, 2, 4 of these pale humanoids, their backward legs, those eel-like tails. They come out and they're looking sideways towards you, and you hear this now almost symphony of as they seem to be in some form of discussion with each other. Let's whack you over here.
Does this
Oh,
speaking
God.
sound familiar to you by any chance?
You all recognize this as the sounds of the Fetidar that have accompanied you along the
Okay, but
journey.
can you understand it at all?
Does Newt speak Fetidar?
Well, I'm just making sure. I'm just
No.
like crossing off the memory stuff off my list just to make sure.
Oh, right. Hell no.
Alright, cool.
No, but Grebo is gonna cast tongues.
Okay. The spell takes hold, and you hear now this to and fro of conversation.
I don't know why they're here. They come, they slay the death kiss. What do they want? What do they want? They're from a dream. They're like a dream.
This to and fro of conversation of these thoroughly native alien-like creatures observing your approach. You hear a, they're coming, they're coming. Hide, and these various creatures begin to flit and almost take cover behind their different stone huts and abodes. There is a slithering sound that scrapes along the rock, and you see pushing down this kind of small river that descends from this red glow that now you see is this sprouting collection of dark red crystals that appear from a cut in this blood vessel. You see the gap above it leads into blackness.
I don't like that you called it a blood vessel.
What it is.
That's what it is.
Slithering
It is
down
what it
this
is.
stream towards you. This larger, longer, pale humanoid begins to rise. One large, spindly hand with webbing thick between pulls itself out and up. And as it comes out, you see across its back and along its ribcage tentacles like an octopus that kind of drifting easily in the water now slop lazily to its side and must stick to itself like a ragged skirt. You see its long eel-like tail dragging through the water and onto the gravelly, and it begins to like gather sand across it as it stands up out of this stream. Takes a lazy backward-legged footstep towards you. Kind of like dipping between quadrupedal and bipedal.
I hate it.
I hate it.
Why have you come to our home?
It's kind of anglerfish-like needle teeth
Oh
spilling
no!
more forwards than up. Its large, blackish, glass-covered eyes looking towards each of you. Grebo, your hand was up briefly.
Grebo, he can understand what they were saying.
Mm-hmm.
Just says, The dreams have come to seek your help. They are looking for this. And he points to the rocks of the blood vessel. Crystals of the blood vessel. And he says, these are needed. They're needed. The dreams have come to ask your aid in having them.
You see immediately the rest of the fetid are around, dart with their wide, glassy eyes, looking to you, to the tall one, to the rest of them. He wants them. He wants it. He wants them. He wants them. He wants the blood crystals. He wants them.
Oh no! Oh no!
He wants the god. The large one.
You wish to take our heart.
Make a deception check for me.
Uh-oh.
Oh no!
That would be a 13. So not
13.
Not great, but not terrible. A strong 13.
He kind of half slithers onto its belly through the side of this stream, coming back up to its full height in front of you. You can smell a putrid air coming from its almost translucent skin. You can see blood vessels and organs rippling slightly beneath the surface.
And what dream comes to take such things? What great service can our heart do you? Surface dweller.
Its head kind of tilts to one side. You hear a cracking of bone.
It's hard to put into your language or even mine, to be honest, but I can show you if you allow me. And I hold out my hand for him to basically touch my hand.
He reaches out towards you, and before it reaches, he plunges his hand into the ground. There's a slapping splash as it hits that kind of wet sand, and there is a ripple that is in the ground around. And as this ripple progresses and travels around all of your feet, you just see, just for an instant, hands, tentacles go and reach from the sand and then vanish, and they're gone.
Show me.
And Grebo reaches out to touch a tentacle or a hand or something that's on this creature, but I'm waiting for the creature to put the hand on. I will show you, but this is the only way I know how.
A large,
And
maybe
I put my hand out for him.
from wrist to tip of finger, just over 1.5 feet long, curls around your little gnome hand. You feel the wet, slightly warm skin around yours.
And can it make me a wisdom saving throw?
It can certainly try. It rolled 15.
Oh, gotta get over a 19, motherfucker! I am using modify memory.
Okay.
Oh no, we've lost someone.
Oh no, we lost Jordan.
What?
Oh no!
What?
You get back in here,
Oh,
Jordan.
no,
I didn't
everybody's
say you could
going.
go.
The bell doesn't dismiss you.
Alright.
I do.
So you're casting Modify Memory.
Oh shit.
I'm gonna use modify memory, and
Mhm.
what it sees is magical energy flooding its tunnels, burning everything in its path, including itself, destroying everything. with just nothing left. Like everything is decimated. No life, no plant life, no nothing. And it gets reversed back in its vision and into the bloodstones, and Grebo is holding the bloodstones, and Grebo says, like in his mind, if I can take these crystals, saves everything.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
back.
everything gets destroyed.
No. These crystals gave us life. Why?
Save it too.
You see the rest of the Fetida around, kind of watching this spectacle wide-eyed. What do you say? What do you say?
Why?
Why are they going to take them? What's he going to do? He's not going to let them.
He's not going to let them.
The large one.
No.
Can you make a persuasion check with advantage, please?
Ooh.
Boy.
Come on.
Oh man. Right.
Come on.
Come on, Grebo.
Oh. So on my persuasion,
Come on.
max I got was a 9.
Oh,
You see
Wait. Just give me 1 sec. Hang on,
Take the sec.
because things I've got.
Take the money.
I'm gonna spend 2 sorcery points. I've got this thing as a sorcerer, as a reaction.
To bend luck.
Is it bend luck?
Yes, so a D4.
Oh man.
It's only a
it's like Hope
D4.
Never
I
Left.
don't know whether that's gonna do anything. But that's a 4. 13. So it's still only a 13, but
You see this creature immediately grappling with itself. Even the rest of you who don't understand what it's saying, you can see it, this kind of spitting, growling language, begin to panic. And like its entire mind has been blown. And it doesn't know what to do. Its entire task is to lead these people and to protect these crystals. And it has now been... My only thing here is it's not showing it something in the past, it's showing it a premonition of the future. And I'm wondering what it's going to make of that being a prophecy. Now, that persuasion check was you convincing it that that prophecy was real. But it still has to contend that with the rest of the people it leads. While it's contesting with that, you see the rest of these smaller ones begin to come around and begin circling. You hear one of them go,
Don't worry, he'll protect us. He won't let the dreamers take it from us.
and the large one kind of turns.
I don't like the circle that we're in right now.
No. He showed us. He showed me. The crystals are dangerous. They're dangerous.
The rest of them
Ooh.
Oh.
You see very mixed reactions. Some of them, they're dangerous.
They're dangerous?
Some of them,
He's lying to us. No, he wants them for himself. He's greedy.
Monkey Slippers in the chat has just said exactly what I feel, which is what if all the baby ones are gonna like pounce on the big one and just be like.
Feeling more and more panicked now as these smaller ones are circling, questioning, and this big one feeling very conflicted about what to do. He is going to start walking up the stream towards the crystals.
Oh?
And the rest of them begin to stand between him and them.
Oh,
They're like,
No. No. Why?
this large one,
It's for your own good and safety.
So stressed.
they begin coming around. You see in all of them this kind of fanatical fear around them. This is not just a precious thing, this is their religion. And they're going to begin attacking it to stop them. And so I need you guys and them to roll some initiative.
Well, damn. Hey, do you think if we take out all the small ones, we can get the big one to join our party?
Massive tentacle monster in the party.
That one.
We're a band of misfits anyway. Might as well bring in some more.
Natural 1.
oh.
Was Rebo's nickname when he was in Wizard College?
What,
Giant
natural
tentacle
one?
monster.
The tentacle.
Imagine if your nickname was Natural 1.
Natural one.
That would just be painful.
Or just like natural 1. Like, you know, a druid.
Well, no, because it depends on where they put the emphasis.
Do you mean
If it's
where
like
they put the emphasis?
Yeah, but
Don't
sis.
start. Don't. No. Not
'Cause if
while
you're like-
I'm here.
if they're like, oh, it's the natural one, like then it's like, oh yeah, cool, that's a bit nicer. It's just like someone who's natural. But if it's like it's the
No,
natural,
it's the natural
one.
one.
You're like, rude.
I mean, organic. I mean, if anything, now we're like underground in basically a giant corpse. We're gonna have some organic ones, not just natural ones. Hey.
Organic.
Organ. It
Yeah.
hurts.
Rebo and Thea, what did you guys get?
Sorry, I'm not sorry.
Grebo got a 13.
13 and Thea?
We know you're not sorry.
Yeah, got 11.
11. Thea, no.
Oof.
Yeah.
That's one of those things.
Yeah,
like
you
initiative is one of those things you can always fuck up.
Yeah, babe, the flesh speaker got a 23.
Oh, hell yeah.
shit!
Oh, so you guys haven't got the names. All of them are Fetidar, and their leader is the Fetidar flesh speaker.
The flesh speaker. No.
I was about to say we're all flesh speakers, and I realized it's not technically true.
I don't think
No.
it means it in quite that way. You guys will see soon enough, it's fine.
I don't know if I want to see.
With that, the large tentacled creature is going to... It's gonna make a bunch of attacks against one of the ones in front. Because it's front on him, and he's the leader, and he doesn't appreciate that. Yeah. I mean, yeah, they all fucking hit. He's nuts. I mean, he's moderately strong, I guess. Yeah, that's like...
Oh boy. This is where we're gonna see like 4 of them just die.
It's like a billion. Hold on. Yeah. I'm gonna just do that. Okay. He fucking piles into the one directly in front of him. His tentacles from his rib cage, like his arms like rear up almost as like a large flare. His tentacles wrap around the one in front, pulling them close, and his large like thin needle-like teeth sink into its like neck and shoulder, and the one is like and pulls back in pain, and it's gonna throw it to one side and keep pushing forward. With that, Newt, you see this aggressive action between these creatures, and as this happens, you see the rest of these small ones, their eyes flip towards the rest of you. What do you wish to do?
I guess this is happening. And then Newt is gonna run up next to this one by here. And
Okie dokie.
in a surprising move, I'm gonna punch it.
Go for it. Maple, you're up next.
Mm-hmm.
I throw 2 punch. Yeah. That's a nat 1 and a 3, so the highest is an 11.
An 11 does not hit. You strike it, and this kind of translucent skin, as you strike it, has almost a chitinous hardness to it, and it's bizarre as you punch it.
Wasn't expecting that. Yeah, I'll use my bonus action to just do 2 more punches with my flurry of blows. That's better. There's an 18 and a 26.
18 and a 26. Both of those hit.
Hell yeah. And that is... Oof, nice. 9 plus 8. 17 punchy damage.
17 punchy damage.
And that is
Go
my turn.
for it. Alrighty, that goes to 2. You smack it twice and it begins to turn on you, its large, elongated pallid arms tensing slightly. Maple, it is over to you. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna use my bonus action to dash.
Okay.
So that I can get up to... Which one do I want to go for? I'm gonna go for the same one as Newt. I'm
Okay.
gonna come up here. And I'm gonna stab,
Go for it.
as I tend to do. Anything?
Yes, you are. As this creature tenses up to face Newt, you slip in behind it and go for the small bit back.
First attack is a 15.
15 just misses.
Fuck.
The blade scrapes along the side of its small bit back, but doesn't go deep in the bone.
That's fine. Second attack is a nat fucking 20.
That'll do it. And
Oh,
you
with
have
sneak
advantage on
attack
this
as well.
attack, so you will get sneak attack on that shit.
Baby.
Hell
So tasty.
Listen to the beautiful click-clack of math rocks.
I just rolled 3 6s out of 4 d6s.
Oh.
boy.
Never seen someone so happy about, just brutally murdering a creature that's trying to protect its religion.
Also, I am scared because she got very happy after seeing 666.
Oh, did you panic? Confirmed.
Have
Panic,
you
panic.
met Megan?
D&D is Satan, confirm.
Hey, that's
That's going to be 43 damage.
Jesus Christ.
Newt and Maple, as these slashes strike through, the first dagger scrapes through the small of the back, but doesn't go deeper than the thin skin and bone. The second, you find that gap in the pelvis and you jam it right in. This creature screeches out in pain, and as it spins around, blood spurts from this wound across you. Both of you. You both take 4 points of acid damage.
Ow!
Acid blood. Fuck yeah.
God, it's like fucking Prometheus.
I can't be poison blood.
Is there anything else that you'd like to do to go, Maple?
No, that's it from me.
Alrighty. With that,
I mean,
this other Fetidara is going to round on its leader, and I'll just simplify some rolls because I don't want to spend a billion years doing their turns. That will probably hit and do some damage. I'll take some damage on that. Hap, boop, bap, bap. That do. He's gonna do that. That's him. This guy, the one between the two of you, is going to wheel around to you, Maple, as that hurt. Fuck, that hit really fucking hurt.
Yeah.
And his two tentacles begin to slap out towards you. Nope, his
also hurt.
claws grab out towards you. That is gonna be a 17 on the first hit.
That will just hit me.
More in a second.
Yeah.
For 2 claw attacks. That's gonna be a massive 12 points of slashing damage from both of those. And as it reaches and grasps at you with its 2 claws, it reaches to bite you with its large, like, splayed mouth full of teeth. And that is a 21 to hit you. You take 6 points of piercing damage, and can you make a Constitution saving throw, please?
Oh, fuck. Okay.
It's a nibble you.
Oh no.
That con save was a 17.
17, you're fine. You feel poison begin to seep off of these teeth into your body, and then you pull away, and you see it dribbling this kind of pinkish red orange gunge from its teeth. And you quickly check the wound, and there's none on you, and you're fine. It is this guy's go, who's going to... Yeah. It pulls from its side a long harpoon, coiled at one end from some kind of stretchy, elastic, ligament-like material attached to this kind of chitin spike, and it's going to hurl it towards you, Markos.
What an ass.
I know, right? That is only a 15 to hit you, though.
Throw it at me.
I bat it out the way with my shield.
Alrighty. It will move... creep away and get to a flanking position with Newt. As its movement, this one over here is going to try and go over to the big boy and be like, oh, you shouldn't give away a religion, and it'll do some damage. That seems like a reasonable amount. Grebo, and then Thea, it is over to you. What would the two of you like to do?
Grebo is going to move a little further up. Before he does that, he looks over at Hemlock and says, and points at these horrible things, and just says, "Do what you can to drown them. Get them wet. Get them wet now."
Okay.
And then he is just gonna send a Eldritch Blast at this one.
Which one's this one, sorry?
This one.
This one over there. Cool.
Yeah, that one. Yeah. So I've got 2 beams of that, so I'm gonna
roll some attacks on this asshole.
The the lowest one is Jesus, my brain's just gone. What's that mark? Not even that.
That's a mood.
22.
20. That just hits, yeah.
Oof.
And D10s, isn't it? So he gets 13 points of... Oh, no, more than that, because I add my charisma to it.
Agonize.
15 points of homage to it.
These 2 beams of light fire across the cavern, and this dim light is briefly brightened and illuminated by these blasts that strike this creature in anger, and you see this kind of splattering of saliva hanging off the end of its teeth as it returns in anger. Is there anything else that you'd like to do with your go?
No, that's it. I'm just going to be readying something for after Hemlock's go.
Alright, in that case, Thea, it's your turn. What would you like to do?
Thea will move. Sorry. For some reason I can't.
Oh yeah, it's not letting.
Oh,
it wasn't letting her move the
token.
Yeah.
Thea's just gonna move up to here.
Okay.
And she's going to pull an arrow and start whispering to it again.
Okay.
Put it on her bow and aim at this one here. Not the big one, the one next to him.
Yeah, but.
And the vines shoot out of the arrow again. Does 21 hit?
21 absolutely hits. Sinking through that chitinous, translucent skin, the vines explode out around him. Does he need to make a strength save?
Yes.
He 16 on the dice, so that is an 18.
That saves, unfortunately. So the
Okay.
vines do shoot out of the arrow, but unfortunately, he manages to break them.
Okay.
Second shot at the same one. So, the first one did 8 damage.
8 damage, lovely.
That's probably a miss at 15.
15 just misses.
Okay.
And it will use its reaction to slippery escape and use up half its movement.
Slippery
towards you.
escape.
Flap, 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 and begins ignoring its leader and coming towards you, as you are the more direct and aggressive threat. Is there anything else that you'd like to do on your turn?
No, that's me done, thank you.
Alrighty, perfect. The Fetidar that screeched out towards you, Grebo, after attacking it with that Eldritch Blast, is going to move forward, and you see it draw as well one of these large chitin-like spears, wrapping onto one end of its arm. It's like a large kind of, almost like ligament-like coiled rope attached to it, and it's going to throw it towards you. That is a 14 to hit you.
It would hit me, but Grebo brushes his arm in front of him and a magical shield goes up and deflects it.
Perfect. With that particular guy will move it to there. We'll stop there. Hemlock, it is over to you.
Yes, I'm going to run to Grebo, and
Okay.
as a free action, just kind of as I'm pulling up the water with my hands, where do you want it?
Trying to think where there's the most bad guys. Maybe here? He points and just says, like, get as many of them in it as you can.
Okay. And I will pull up some of the like water and moisture from the air, and I will cast Tidal Wave,
Okay.
going from, where can I get a bunch of them? Because it spreads out 30 feet as well, so if I did it there, and then it would spread out to that one and those two as well. Okay, so I'm going to do it there, catching those two.
Okay.
So those two need to make dexterity saving throws.
Dexterity saving throws. That's a 10
Fail.
and a 22.
Succeeds. So the one, I'll roll the thing. Da-da-da-da-da. Where's my other d8? There it is. Drop one. That's 3 8s on 4d8.
Oh yeah.
So, what is it? 24. So that is 26 points of damage on the one that failed, and 13 on the one that succeeded.
Owie.
And then from here, the one that failed is also knocked prone.
Okay.
And then
Well,
from
dot on him,
that
prone.
line, the water then spreads out in all directions within 30 feet. So we'll we'll kind of go over the feet of Big Boy and this one here. Oh, hang on, I'll ping them. This one
these
here,
two.
this one, and this one, and then these two boys are still all damp as well. All of these, like this central 5 and Big Boy, are coated in water.
Yeah,
Alrighty.
covered in water, the floor's covered in water.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of water.
This drawing, like building up from the lake, this stream, this kind of wall of water coils up, and then almost like wheeling up for a punch, and then just cleaves through the air and slams into these various creatures, knocking them onto their feet and smacking them up real good. Is there anything else that you'd like to
Yes. As a bonus action, I am going to slam my staff into the ground and use the Shield Clasp of Aura to cast Shield of Faith on myself.
Alrighty. With that, our Fetidar bro is going to run to... Yes. I'm going to slip and slide, kind of diving onto its belly and slipping almost like an eel on grass towards you, picking up its bone spear, and he's going to hurl it towards... He's going to hurl it towards Grebo. And that is a 28 to hit.
That's gonna hit.
You take
Wow.
16 points of piercing damage.
Ooh,
And can you make a strength saving throw for me, please?
Yes.
rang.
Strength saving throw. Is it against anything magical?
It is not, I'm afraid.
One has to check. That would be an 11.
11. This enormous bone spear flies through the air and punctures through part of your armor, cleaving through part of your muscle and flesh. As it pulls back, it catches on part of your flesh and part of your armor and yanks you forward, and you are pulled 20 feet closer to that Fetidar.
Oh, shit.
And you are yanked between it and its buddy. That is its go. That
Oh no, Grimo's in the
Markos.
wet.
It is your go.
Oh no!
Oh shit! I do not
That's
know
the
what
point.
you was
You
saying,
take
Grebob.
2 points of acid damage, Grebo, as you are moved 10 feet through the water. Markos, it is your go.
What the hell was the conversation? I could not understand what you were saying. Ah.
That's true. None of the rest of us
Just
know.
shoot!
Sure. And I'm gonna pull out my rifle and shoot this one in between Newt and Maple.
Okay, go for it.
Okay.
He does. This one looks
Sharpshooter.
badly hurt. Go for it.
So that is 12 on the die, 17 to hit.
17 hits.
Cool.
Newt and Maple, you guys take 7 points of acid damage.
So it's already been hit.
Mhm.
I had advantage actually, so I should have rolled again because flanked. Yes.
Your ranged attack doesn't gain benefits from flanking.
Doesn't it? Do I get sneak attack? I do
You
get
do get
sneak
sneak
attack,
attack.
but not
Do
advantage.
you get sneak attack?
Well, it's
Yes.
good because sure. Okay. And Colossus Slayer.
Yes.
That is a 7, 8, 10, 18, 22 piercing damage.
22. There is an explosion and a brief burst of light that floods across the cavern. And Newt Maple, this one that's between you, as it's like turning and reeling around, part of its shoulder just explodes and the acid blood coats you, but this guy is sent rolling and spinning through the air and lands on the ground. Very much dead.
Sweet.
Ooh.
Same deal. This guy. Sharpshooter.
Go for it, make an attack.
That's a natural 1.
Ooh.
Miss.
That's a total of 6.
6 doesn't quite do it.
Aw. Okay, I'll use my movement then in that case to sort of like
It
get
will
up
use
to like
its reaction to
here.
slippery escape to get up to you. As the bullet darts past, it will
Arrow.
duck and dive and ducks and dives. And New, as you like swing around ready to take a punch at it, it's already gone, and its like slippery form has like scrambled across the ground up to meet you, Markos, face to face. Markos, is that your go?
Yes.
Alright, in which case, this guy over here is very hurt, and he's prone, and he's going to get up off the ground, and he's going to grab hold of his leader's arm and plead to him. Grebo, you hear,
Please, no. It protects us. It made us. You know this isn't right.
and will try to persuade him otherwise. Okay.
It fails.
What did he roll?
I rolled his persuasion check first. I have a -1 charisma, and I rolled a 2, so it's an unnatural 1.
Hey.
I then rolled the Flesh Speaker's insight check, and I rolled a natural 1. But he has a +1, so he rolled an unnatural 2. They're just both they're both very dumb. They're not very insightful, but not very persuasive, and they're both like, and that's gonna be his action. Pariah is going to.
It's like when you overhear two people arguing, and you can hear that like, for somehow both of them are wrong, but you're just kind of like, well, okay. Amazing.
Brian's gonna run up and throw some scorching rays out there. It's kind of his brand.
Nice.
He's gonna throw 2 at the ones next to you, Hugo. One of those will hit both. So the lower one takes some flame damage. The one above him will take some yucks. And he'll hit the one that was pleading, his master, and fucking eviscerate him. So he gets knocked to the ground. The one next to Yukibo, both of them get like 2 scorching rays blast through the air and collide with them, and they reel back from the flames screeching in pain. With that, it is the flesh speaker's go. Now, I am going to let him make a wisdom save, because it is literally his religion to protect something, and in an instant he has been told a prophecy of how that will turn around and betray him. And that's quite a significant change of character. Okay. He is going to... He turns around in a moment, seeing the one that was pleading with him get torched. Looking around to see now the people he protected and cared for fighting these strangers. And you see something shift.
Fuck.
You come here to steal my god!
And as he screams in anger, there is another pulse through the ground. And you see, as this wave of gravel and sand shifts, you see hands, tentacles reaching up. And he's going to use a bonus action to use Warp Ground.
I don't think you guys understand how uncomfy it is for me, because Andrew is sat right there. So it feels like he's shouting in my face.
I mean, he kind of is, though.
Yeah.
Maple, Thea,
Oh,
Hemlock, Pariah.
Ooh.
I need all 4 of you to make dexterity saving throws.
Oh no.
As this ripple comes away and a bunch of larger tentacles just rear up and slam around in a great big pinwheel of sandy tentacles.
A dirty 20 for me.
It's also a dirty 20 for Hemlock.
Hell yeah.
The lady.
Fucking Pariah makes it as well. Look at you guys.
Wow.
Also 30-20 for Theo.
Yeah.
It's alright. You'll
Dirty
get
20s all the
half
way.
damage from this. 1, 3, 2. You also take 6 points of bludgeoning damage. And he will then use his action to point at Grebo. You pissed him off. And he will use Necrotic Impulse. Ooh, will he though? No, he won't. I need to make a Charisma saving throw, Grebo.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Is it a magical effect?
Yes. So yes, as a gnome, you'll have advantage on this.
Yes. And what was it? Sorry, charisma.
A Charisma saving throw.
Right, 18.
18. You feel this Fetidar speak, and your flesh begins to listen. You feel your skin begin to crack and dry. But in a moment, you shake your head, focus on, nope, you're here to do the job, you're here. And that effect fades. The Fetidar will begin moving back towards you, though. Something has shifted in his mind. Newt, it is your goot. What would you like
Me.
to do?
First of all, what are these things, and how tall are they?
These are like the 10 to 15 high like stone hut things these guys apparently live in.
Cool, cool,
This is
cool.
their village.
This is their village.
10. If I just do that, so just get a rough guess. 40, 50. Cool. I don't really need to do that. I could just go around. Never mind. I'm just gonna run around here instead.
Okay.
Instead of the theatrics of running up and down a building. And then I am going to throw 2 radiant punches out, one towards this boy and one towards this other boy.
Go for it. Roll some damage.
The first one is a 12.
A 12
But
misses.
the
The
second
radiant blast
one-
shoots off wide.
The second one is a 21.
21 hits. Go ahead and roll some
What?
radiant damage.
5 damage.
5. As it blasts,
Oh,
you see
wow.
the skin begin to blister and burn, and the creature reels away. And it seems to be more effective than you anticipated.
Oh, it does?
They don't like radiant.
You gather that perhaps these completely underground, never seen the sun, created in darkness creatures might be vulnerable to radiant damage.
Hey, Andrew. Guess what?
Yo, what's
I'm gonna
up?
fucking do it again!
Go for it!
I am going to focus these punches onto this one boy next to the hut.
Okay.
So the first one is a 26, and the second
26
one
hit.
is a 24.
Both those hit.
Hell yeah. Shiny dice, go! That is 14 radiant damage.
14. Did you say 28? Oh, the light begins to burn.
Yeah, I actually said
and
28.
crimson
I
skin.
said 28 the first time, actually.
Mhm.
That's
Yeah.
actually like 50 something.
Cool. But this creature begins to like reel and skitter backwards, almost dropping down to all fours to cling to the side of this hut.
I guess,
Is there anything else you'd like to do?
Noticing that it's hurting them more, I will just quickly shout out, "They don't like light!" And then I will scoot closer to these crystals
Okay.
and end my turn. I think I have enough.
Maple. It's over to Yaple.
Yaple. I'm gonna come to here.
Maple,
Okay.
like Gable.
And I'm gonna
Aye.
stab this guy.
Go for it. Roll some attacks.
Ooh, that first one's gonna be a 15.
15 just misses.
Again. I got
Is it-
yet another natural 20.
Yes!
This is what happens when you use dice bags made by the cognitive merchant.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's actually the,
Yes,
it's actually
it
the GM
is.
dice bag.
You'll miss for believability and then crit when it matters.
Yeah.
Oh no, I missed by one. You fools, that was part of my plan all along.
That is 33 damage.
Ow. You sink your
Nice.
dagger into it and it yelps out in pain.
uh, yeah, sure. And I'm going to use my bonus action to do that thing that I keep forgetting to do, which is rage.
You missed with one attack and then made another attack.
Oh yeah, is that?
That will have been your bonus action.
Oh yeah, shit, ignore me. In that case, I am going to stay here.
Okay.
And that's my goal.
With that, the Fethadar that you just attacked, Newt, is going to round on you and sprint over towards you. Ooh, no, it's not. No, it's going to run towards Thea. Thea shot it, I believe, with an arrow, the last one, and it wants to get away from you. But actually run to here to get cover from you. Or like half cover from the side of that building. And it's going to throw some claws towards you, Thea, I'm afraid.
Yep.
Howard!
Claws coming in, a 10 to hit and a 25 to hit.
One of those will hit.
Take 5 points of slashing damage. What?
Oh, boy.
And then it's going to come to you with a bite. Big old spiny teeth. And that is
No.
a 25 to hit you.
I think it has. This had... Oh, sorry. No, it's okay. Go on.
Okay, you take 9 points of piercing damage, and can you make a Constitution saving throw, please?
I can try. That will be a no.
Okay,
That's
you
9.
take... Its teeth sink into you, and you feel a pulse of uncomfort come over you. So... Take 16 points of poison damage.
Nice.
as it digs into you, and you feel this pulse go through you of a severe ouchie. With that, the Fetidar that rolled over onto the ground of being shot by Markos coughs, and there is a slight flicker in the red light being emitted across this place from these crystals, and it comes back on 1 hit point. And as it does so, it's going to look towards Markos, the one that shot it down, and is going to sprint to the opposite side of you to its friend, and going to attack you with some claws and some bites.
Excuse me, what?
That is an 18 to hit you.
That just hits.
Okay. A 22 to hit you.
Those both hit.
You take 17 points of slashing damage from its claws.
Okay.
And then it's going to try and bite you.
Oh.
It slashes towards your back, and then its large teeth come towards you, and that is a 21 to hit you.
That also hits.
You take another 8 points of piercing damage. And
Owie.
can you make a Constitution saving throw for me, please?
I can. 4.
4. You feel those teeth sink into you, and a pulse of pain wash over you. You take 12 points of poison damage.
Owie.
As it begins just tearing into you. See now that confidence regained, that kind of vicious, feral vengeance in its glassy eyes.
I think just... Hang on. Quick math. 83 minus 46. That thing just did, like, 37 points of damage to me. Who does he think he is? Me?
A player character? This asshole. The one on the opposite side, knowing that Maple is there, Maple's a problem, is going to go for more the finish you off line.
No. Leave me alone.
As you are still a problem. Maple's a problem too.
I only did 32 damage last round.
That's true. You're a big stabby. It's going to go for Maple because it thinks that Markos is becoming less of an issue. Yeah, it's going to keep going on Maple. Some claws coming at you. It's a 13 and a 17. So the lowest is a dirty 20 to hit you.
Yeah.
You take 12 points of slashing damage from the claws.
Well.
Yeah. And the bite coming towards you is a 22 to hit.
I'll hit.
No! That dies. You take 8 points of piercing damage, and can make a Constitution saving throw while I retrieve that d6.
That's a 19.
19, you
and
save,
18.
so you don't take any of that. You feel that poison begin to come in again, and you push it back before that poison comes, and you see this kind of orangey pink gunge begin to emit from the base of the gums of this creature. And it's big, gross.
Ooh, your girl's on
Wait.
53 hit points, everyone.
This guy's gonna run up to you, Newt, and take some attacks at Ute.
Bring it,
The highest
bitch.
is a 14 on the claws,
No.
nada, and lower on the bite. I mean, scratching towards you, but this one by itself doesn't seem very comfortable. And
He
with
just like
that,
brings up the light for a moment. It's like, oh.
Grebo, this harpoon just dislodges from you as you're dragged within range of this Fetidar. It is your go. What would you like to do?
Guibo is gonna try to run away, but he's not disengaging. He needs
Okay.
to do something else. So
Okay. Yes,
he is
the
gonna be- he's
one
gonna
to the
be
top
coming
right
here.
will try and hit you.
This one.
He rolled a 15.
Nope, because my. Oh no! Is it the start of my turn that my shield goes back down?
If you want to check.
Yeah.
think
Well,
so.
let's say it hits. Let's just say it hits.
It's
Yeah.
a whole 7 slashing damage as the claw scrapes across your backside. It winks at you.
Okay. Grebo takes that and he turns round, and you see him take a big breath in, and he turns almost blue, like as if he's freezing cold, and he lifts up his hand and he blows into it, and a big ball of ice is in his hand. He pulls it back and throws it out.
Oh yeah.
He's going to go in a pretty big sphere because it is a 60-foot radius sphere.
Hell yeah.
Basically, I would have done it that far back that it will get this guy, and everything behind it.
So it's all of them from like this line I'm drawing back.
Yeah.
Perfetto. What must I do?
Can they all make me a Constitution saving throw?
Damn.
Oh, I'm guessing that you align this so you don't hit Newt.
That would be preferable.
Okay, so for 1, it's a 10. It's a less. A 19 for number 3, and a natural 1. So only.
So the one that got 19 gets it. So this is the one where this was why I wanted them covered in water.
Mm-hmm.
So first of all, they're going to get this damage,
Okay.
which is 10d6.
Ow.
Oofy, ouchie. Snap.
A few ones in there.
Nice.
34 points of cold damage. And any water that is on them or on the floor becomes frozen up to 6 inches deep.
Oof.
And so if they wish to break free of that, because I'm assuming their feet is in that water,
Mm-hmm.
if they want to break free from that, they need to make a strength check against my spell DC. It's their action to break free from it.
Wow.
Damn.
Oh, that's nasty.
That's the good
Love
shit.
it.
And I don't know how these things move, but do they have like all their limbs on the ground when they're walking?
I think they switch between.
They
like,
kind of like they dip in between both.
Okay.
Sort of like a gorilla.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
they have a like of that almost fully humanoid bipedal thing, but they kind of dip back and forth.
So they all take that damage apart from the one that succeeded, and he takes half.
Yeah.
And their feet are frozen in that water.
Is all of them frozen, or is it just ones that failed?
No. Well, it says. Read it here.
We've got a question from chat, Grebo. What spell was that?
Yeah, what spell is
It
that?
was Otterluke's Freezing Sphere.
There you
Oh,
go,
yeah.
chat.
there you
It is
go.
my highest level spell. It's
There
a
you go.
6th level spell.
Morn Reverb.
Yeah,
Get,
I've never
get
used
6
it
level
before.
spell slots and cast that.
Combine it with a 3rd level tidal wave.
Exactly. That's how you
This
do
was
it.
why I
Yeah,
wanted
easy.
the floor wet, because I just thought that would be even more epic.
Hell yeah.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, so, it just says, blah, 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 blah. The surface of the frozen water are trapped in the ice. A trapped creature can use an action to make a strength check against your spell save DC to break free. You refrain from... It just also says that I can not necessarily throw it myself. I can make that spear and give it somebody else to throw. But
Oh, that's cool.
from that, it's whoever's in the frozen water.
Yeah. So it's like a passive thing of like everyone. If you're in that water, you're stuck.
Yeah, but I don't know. Like as the DM, you might want to maybe
I don't know,
give
I
them
feel
like
like being-
maybe a dex check to jump out of the water or something.
No, I'll leave it as like they're all stuck in there. Like, it's a 6th level spell. I think making
It's
them
fair.
waste an action if they want to
Yeah.
move, they might not have
Or-
to move.
Yeah.
Is fine. No, that's cool
Yeah.
usage.
But that is Grebo done.
Does that also
nice.
hit these crystals in the back?
I don't think so.
I don't think the tidal wave would have reached the crystals.
I mean, like the initial
Well,
ice
I don't think
blast. Does that do anything?
they get cold.
Oh.
With that, Thea, it is your turn. What would you like to do?
How climbable those huts look?
They're pretty rough stone. I'd make it like an athletics check to do so, but I wouldn't call it an action.
Okay, in that case, she will disengage as a bonus
Okay.
and try and climb on top of here.
Okay. Just make an athletics check for me real quick.
That's a 10.
It's easy enough. Like it uses pretty much all of your movement to get up there, but you get up there just fine.
And from up there, she will. I'm probably in this square, to be honest. She will shoot down at the one that attacked her.
Go for it. Roll an attack.
Okay. First one's 23.
Hits.
And he's been damaged already, right?
Yes, he has.
So that's 10 damage.
Alrighty.
And second one, lots, 31.
Yeah, definitely hits.
Oh man, that's rubbish damage, 7.
7. The second arrow sticks in like the clavicle area and sinks a good 6 inches down, with the creature still like scratching up at the top of this thing towards you in anger and rage. Is there anything else that you'd like to do with your go?
No, that's it.
Alrighty. With that, the Fetidar that was knocked unconscious by that blast of ice, you see it. And it begins to like scratch itself prone in this ice, and it's going to use an action to start breaking out of the ice. Is it a check to break out of the ice?
Yeah, strength save. Gotta get over a 19.
Ooh, very powerful ice.
How
You've got
powerful was it?
Yeah, he rolled a 10. He is still trapped in that ice, but he is conscious on 1 hit point. That is his turn. Hemlock, it's over to you.
I'm gonna put my hand on Grebo's shoulder and say, let's get this done. And I'm gonna expend the use of my wild shape and turn into a big old eagle.
Hell yeah.
And then I'm gonna scoop my talons around Grebo and fly him, because with my 80 feet fly movement, all the way over to the crystals.
Oof.
Hell yeah!
Zoom!
Zoom,
Fucking
Grebo.
zoom.
I'm gonna set him down in front of the crystals and then put myself here, in my big old eagle form.
Beautiful.
I love.
Is there anything else that you'd like to do with your go, Miss Big Eagle?
I don't have any bonus actions as an eagle. That's my turn.
Alrighty. This particular Rosette is going to try and break out of the ice. Oh, like a 15. Poor boy. Markos, it is your turn. You stand between two savage, pale-skinned creatures.
I don't
what would you like to do?
I'm not a fan of getting like double teamed by these guys, so I'm gonna whip out my sword and I'm gonna start slashing.
Yeah, you are.
Go for it. Which one?
Which sword? I've only got one.
No,
the
which,
one behind me.
behind?
This guy.
Alrighty, go for it. He is on 1 hit point, so go for it.
Sweet. Sharpshooter with a sword. That's a natural 1. That is the 5th natural 1 I have rolled.
David, no.
Rippy McDip.
It just gives me more nat 20s.
Do I get advantage because
We're
I'm being
balancing.
reverse flanked?
Reverse flanked.
We got like a checkers situation going on here, right?
Can you move out of the way? Can Maple just hop over
Can
both
Maple
of
just
them?
like, oh, yeah. I'll swing at him again. That's a lot. 13 plus 8, 21.
His whole hit point goes away.
Sweet. I'm gonna move here. I don't care about attacks of opportunity. He probably can't hit me anyway. I'm real cool.
He'll take a slash at. Oh, no, dropped off the table. He rolled a 15, so that is a 22.
Oh, he hits!
You'll take a whole 8 points of slashing damage.
Oh no!
Oh, you from slashing the other one, you also take 8 points of acid damage as the acid blood sprays at you.
Oh god. This acid blood is the worst.
I'm hurting, guys.
No, you're fine. You're playing
Okay,
character.
so that was action and
I got you.
movement. Bonus action time. I will Hunter's Mark the big lad.
And there you go.
That's my go.
Perfect. Alright, this Broski over here is...
Yeah.
He's gonna... at 1 hit point and be like... "Ah." And he'll try and break free of the ice, but I don't think he will. He rolled a 4. He's still in the ice.
Well, half of these now are just like,
Oh, sweet Pariah, do it.
do it.
You know I had to do it
How
to
big
him.
is that? It's 5 feet. Being that he is now trapped in a thing, Pariah's gonna cast Cloud of Daggers at 5th level.
Yes,
King.
So that's gonna ramp it up
Oh.
3 sets.
Oh, that's
so
gonna
that's
be
6 minutes. So that's
nasty.
10d4 slashing damage. So when they, I mean, I'll go right now. He will start his turn then. Ouch.
Whoa.
Oof, the owie, ouch.
Pariah reaching up, his eyes flare silver from blue, and little kind of flickering shadows begin to spawn in the air and begin slashing at the creature's skin. It is the Flesh Speaker's turn. Grebo, you're a problem, my child. He's going to reach towards you and is once more going to use a bonus action to use Fragile Form. Could you make a Charisma saving throw, please?
Oh. Do you get advantage, don't I? Because it's a spell.
It's magical, yeah.
Magical effect.
Yes.
Oh, well, I got a crit on one of those, so I'm good.
You're Gucci, you feel that skin begin to grow tighter, and you shrug it off once more. Hemlock, both being large creatures, its 10-foot reach can reach you.
Alrighty.
You see these 2 tentacles laying slack to its sides, kind of covered in sand and gravel, reach up and slap out towards you. In a big old hentai display.
Oh, gross.
That's a 19 and a 26 to hit you.
Both hit.
Where's my stuff? 2d8 plus stuff, plus some of that, and let's sprinkle this. Those 2 tentacles slap into you for... Stop dropping dice, Andrew.
That's why you need a
dice
cognitive
tray.
merchant dice tray.
Which one did you You take my sweet bird. 4, 7, 8, 18, 28, 38. That is right. 38 points of bludgeoning and necrotic damage. As
Okay.
these 2 tentacles slap, curl, and squeeze around you, and you feel life force begin to drain.
What was that? 38.
Yes.
Okay, I am Hemlock again for sure.
Okay.
The eagle has 26 hit points. I'm just doing maths to see how much has to carry
Well,
over.
Go for it.
12.
Well,
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Luckily, you are still too far away to be bitten by him, though. So you're.
Could you make me small again? Thank you.
Yes. But he is now, his bite only has 5 foot range, he can't bite you. That is going to be his turn then. Newt, you see this creature slashing out towards Bird Hemlock, who reduces to real Hemlock. There's a creature in front of you stuck in the ground, and his ice is like scratching at the ice. It is your go. What would you like to do?
After seeing that, Newt just kind of ignoring this creature next to him completely, will wander a bit forward. Actually, we'll stay around like by here.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll still stay by here, and it's just gonna be launching a barrage of radiant punches towards this big boy.
Go for it. Roll some attacks.
Since they're trapped in the ice, do I get any kind of?
You do not.
there
It
any
is.
effect of that? Or is it
I'm
just
saying his movement is 0, but he does not count as restrained.
Okay, so it's basically like grappled kind of thing.
Yeah. The
Alrighty.
floor has him grappled.
One of those is a 17.
17 on Mr. Big Boy just hits.
Hell yeah, and then the other one's a dirty 20.
That just misses.
So that'll be 2 radiant punches for Scott. There we go. 5 plus 8, 13 radiant damage.
Did you say 26?
I did actually. How did you know? So weird.
Psychic.
And like having seen these tentacles lash out, it's just flurry of blows, throwing out 2 more of those
Go for it.
radiant punches.
Slap, slap.
Hiya!
Shine, shine. Bring the sunlight down below.
One of them is only a 10, but the other one is a 23.
That one will hit.
And that, hiya! Oh hell yeah! That is 10 damage. Doubled to
Did
20.
you just say 20? Pretty sure you said 20.
Oh, I did say 20 actually.
Is there anything else that you'd like to do with your turn?
That is all. This Newt's just like
Alright.
barraging punch after punch towards this big boy.
Maple. There's
Yeah.
a guy in front of you slashing at you and hurting you. What would you like to do?
Rude. I'm gonna slash him back, asshole.
No. Don't get to rage if you're gonna do not rage things.
Oh yeah, I will bonus action rage this time. Sometimes I forget I'm a barbarian. And you know what?
That's what I dropped
I'm
twice.
gonna get out Winnie's fist for this.
Yeah!
Slap her back,
So
this
Maple
motherfucker.
takes this massive adamantine hammer off her back,
Hell yeah.
and he's gonna be like, bah! Hiya! That's gonna be a 19.
19 hits.
That is, oh, it's a D10.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh, don't forget your rage damage.
Yes. Oh, nice. 15 damage.
15 damage.
Roll a 9 on the D10,
Hell yeah.
everyone.
The hammerhead smashes and you hear a crunching of bone as it like stumbles to one side. No acid sprays out because he didn't break the skin.
Ooh,
and he stumbles to one
exciting.
side, looking much more hurt than he was before.
And I will have grown my wolf snout with my rage as well.
Okie dokie. Your from the plume of ginger hair and the antlers, a small like snout begins to grow. Your fangs elongating. Awesome. Anything else for you?
No. I'm gonna stay here for now.
Alrighty. With that, the fact that scratching at your feet, Thea is going to scramble up the side of it and try and attack your ankles. You'll make a little. Yeah, he scrambles up just fine. He's going to start slashing and biting at your ankles. 2 claw attacks. The lowest is a 24 to hit you.
Yep.
So you will take 8, 12, 16 points of slashing damage. And the teeth come for your little anklet. And that is a 22 to hit you.
Oof.
So you take another 7 points of piercing damage from his big barbed face of fangs. And can you make a constitution saving throw for me, please?
I'll try. Oh, that's much better. That's 19 on a die. 20
Hell yeah.
altogether.
The teeth stab through your ankle and begin to pierce into your skin, but you've managed to yank your foot away in time before the poison begins to seep into your body. This boy that Markos just shanked to death will cough and splutter under 1 hit point.
Oh my god!
I know, right?
Fuck these guys.
He's gonna run around to flank you, Maple,
Oh god!
and he's gonna slash and bite at you, Maple.
I'm being flanked.
Ah, yes, you are. But you're raging, so everything's fine.
It's fine.
That is a natural 20,
Oh god!
but it's only like a 1d6. So you did 11 points of slashing on the first one.
Is that halved?
Yes, it is, so 5 points of slashing on the first floor. The second one is like a 22 to hit.
Yep.
So you take 6 half to 3 slashing damage.
Okay.
Bite coming at you. Another natural 20.
Oh!
That flanking. Is this what it's like to be a player character?
Ah,
Oh.
I'm being given a taste of my own medicine, and I don't like it.
You take another 11 halved to 5 piercing damage. And make a Constitution saving throw for me, please.
Nibble.
Oh
Spaghetti.
no! Oh no! I rolled a 3.
Oh, this might sting. 3, 5, 10, 16, 22. Take 24 points of poison damage as the teeth sink deep into your like upper arm and neck, and you feel as you push away, the teeth are just too deep in to be shoved off.
23.
Yes, you feel that.
Cool, your girl is
your
on
flesh.
22 health.
I got you.
Barbarian, my ass.
I do have 2 healing spells on me, so I'm not urgent.
Okay,
I can heal
okay.
myself if I need to.
It is the first
can-
that's heard on the
can-
other side. Yeah,
Yeah,
yes.
just retcon something quickly. Sorry.
Go ahead.
As a reaction, she's able to move away from an attacker
Okay,
to half her speed. So just literally
Go for
just
it.
taking a step back.
perfect. Go for it.
Thanks.
It is the fact on the other side of you, Maple.
Oh, God.
Who is going to continue the swarm and to nibble at you. Brian, 21 to hit on the first.
Yeah.
18 to hit.
Yeah.
And the third one is another 21 to hit.
Yep.
You take
You'll be fine.
5, 7, 9, 19 halved to 9
None. Yeah.
piercing and
okay.
slashing damage, and can make another Constitution saving throw.
Ugh.
Hiya. Nope, that's a 9.
You take another
Oh no.
10, 14, 15 points of poison damage.
I'm unconscious.
Now, you're a barbarian though, so you're fine.
I'm not though.
As
I'm
it's
unconscious.
biting, and you guys all see Maple fending off these two like by herself, and eventually succumbs to the bites and the scratching
The poison.
and poison and
fuck.
collapses to the ground.
I can't feed myself anymore.
With that, it is one by Newt's turn. It's gonna slap you, Newt, because you're a big radiant bitch.
Bring it.
You
You radiant.
you're not
bitch.
dodging, are you?
I'm not dodging now.
That is a 24 to hit,
Just about.
19 to hit,
Just hits.
and 22 to hit.
Yep, all hit.
You
I was
take
2082 and I was like,
10, 14,
2082 to hit.
26 points of slashing and piercing damage
Owie.
as the scratches go through your wood and the teeth, like, it bites towards your wood and you feel it punch through the outer armored layer. As it pulls away, there's a few, and you see in your wood there are a number of its teeth still stuck in your wood. You are immune to poison damage, aren't you?
I am indeed.
Then I won't make you bother with Constitution stuff. With that, Grebo, it is your turn. You've been dropped off by Eagle Hemlock. What would you like to do?
Yes.
get them gems.
Yeah. So, Grebo is going to cast Shatter
Okay.
at 4th level.
Woo.
And I think there's no... I can't really do anything to get any enemies in here if I want to get the crystals. It's kind of over here somewhere, so it gets the crystals, but not us.
Okay.
That is... Can the crystals make a Constitution save?
They can try. No, they're all like a 10. Also, they're crystals.
Okay, so... Because it's an inanimate object... Oh, I think it just has disadvantage on the saving throw. Does it not do... I'm sure Shatter did something extra to, like, inanimate stuff.
I think it does. Is it just like the save has disadvantage if it's inanimate or something like that? I can't quite remember.
Yeah.
I had it in another character.
Yeah, okay. Right. You'll get this faster than I will.
Into the peak.
God, that's not that much. That's 16 points of shatter damage.
Okay.
Food crystal.
Do these crystals break and come free?
You do see as you cast the spell, and there's like kind of in the air, almost like a shimmering kaleidoscope effect that begins to take over, and then it shifts, and there's a large in sound in the air, and you do see a few fragments of these crystals begin to chip and slide away. And as they do, you can almost see like drips of blood begin coming away from these fracture points. And instantly, every single one of these creatures in the entire space swivels to look at these crystals and no. And though many of them are mid-combat and some stuck in ice, they are all very aware of your efforts.
Oh shit!
I got you. I think.
Is there anything else you'd like to do?
That is my action, and I don't think I've got anything to do as a bonus action. So no, I'm good.
Alrighty, that fear. Perched atop this rock, you see one of them scrambling to get to you on the rocks. What would you like to do?
Bonus action, Hunter's marking.
The one in front of you?
Yeah.
Go for it.
And I will attempt to use sharpshooter.
Okay.
First attack. 18.
18 hits.
Okay, so no sneak but wounded. Hunter's mark.
Yes.
Okay. 31.
31. All 3 of his hit points vanish very quickly.
Oh,
He
damn.
reels backwards and is sent like 10 feet off the edge of this stonework, and just like he falls backwards and would land almost on his back, but it's slightly tilted and his head just crack as he hits the ground, and there is that's like a sloppy noise as you just see like his neck just kind of open on the stonework behind. He's real dead.
Nice. She's going to turn towards the big guy
Yeah.
and shoot at him for
Go
the
for it.
second one. I still use the sharpshooter.
Okay.
Oh, 19.
19 hits. He's a big old
Yeah.
stumpy boy.
And that's 20 damage.
Ouch. The second arrow slams into his like upper clavicle. You see it like break the bone inwards, and a bunch of blackish, like oily blood beams trickle down. And he looks unhappy with just life in general.
Just life.
Is there anything else that you'd like to do with your go?
That's the thing.
Alrighty. It is Broski over here, Ski. He's going to try and break out of some ice. Oh, you rolled an 18! So yeah, that's a 9. That is a 20. So he gets out of the ice, but that's his action.
What?
He's going to start running 30 feet or so just straight towards the crystals, and that's his go. Hemlock, knocked out of bird form, you land in this in the middle of this stream. You do take 2 points of acid damage as you feel it just kind of eating away at your skin. Not overly aggressively, but it's uncomfortable.
I'll take a step out of that stream to start off with, just down to here. And then seeing Maple go down, do the creatures that are around Maple, do they look like they're still paying attention to her, or are they looking up at us now?
This is all happening kind of instantaneously, so I'll say you're not quite sure in this moment.
Okay.
Also, there is a stone hut almost between you and...
Yeah,
you haven't actually got line of sight on Maple right now.
I can't do it anyway. Okay, I'm gonna yell back to Grebo and say, hurry, and then to everyone else, cover your eyes, and I'm gonna cast, centered on this point, daylight. Right here.
Okay.
I was like, what's she gonna do? She's like, let's cover her eyes.
Which is a 60-foot radius, so that will get all of them in from
everyone.
here. That's all of them, yeah.
Well, clearly, Meg, she's flashing. Daylight, that is.
Daylight. It doesn't do any damage or anything. It's just a 60-foot radius sphere of light spreads out from a point within range. Within 60 feet, it's bright light. A further 60 feet is dim light. It's just, it's day now in here.
Hell yeah.
In these creatures
The
that live in the dark.
Cavern, this gloomy cavern, you guys over the last day or so have become so accustomed to this claustrophobic gloom, this murky lighting. It's just like, it's like you've been having a nice candlelit dinner and someone comes and turns the lights on, and it is just daylight fills the chamber, long shadows drawn from your bodies across the ground, and you see all of these creatures really hiss and click and turn away. They seem unhappy with that.
Mm-hmm. And I think bonus action, I will shillelagh on my staff. That's my turn.
Beautiful. With that, this Fetidar is going to try and get out of some ice with disadvantage because of sunlight sensitivity.
Whoa!
He rolled 12 and still frozen. Markos, it is your turn. What would you like to do?
I would like very much for these guys to stop getting back up.
Yes.
Can I roll
fair.
for that to happen, please?
Depends what you're rolling in the direction of.
Roll for instant kill.
Execute.
/ kill.
Just before I kill them, I turn it up to Ultra Nightmare mode, so permadeath is turned on.
And take 2 shots. Arrow at the one near Maple. Nearest one.
Go for it. Roll an attack.
It's a 20. Dirty.
That hits.
Cool. It's got 1 health.
Yeah,
If it was this one.
yeah.
Arrow at the other one.
Go for it. Roll an attack.
I am on the floor after all.
A 27.
That hits. It also had 1 hit point.
Oh,
Oh,
cool.
nice.
Um,
Fuck's sake.
how far did I move then? I moved 25 feet. I've got like 5 feet. So I'm gonna go there. And I'm gonna try and get near Maple and maybe try to just get her a bit away next turn, perhaps.
Okay. With that, is that the end of your go?
Yeah, I can't heal her with a bonus action from a distance, otherwise I would.
Alrighty. This bloke Broski's gonna try and get out of some
Rip
ice,
me.
but let's have a look. Oh no, he rolled a 5. He's still super frozen. Doesn't matter if he gets up, if he can't do anything. Pariah is going to maintain concentration on Cloud of Daggers and throw. He's probably going to throw a spell. Oh, he's going to throw a. Ooh.
A spell? What's that?
A fail.
He's going to throw a vicious mockery.
Hell yeah!
What does he say? What does he say?
Use for a humanoid.
Oh, fuck.
And the creature's going to make us. Oh, actually, doesn't make it though, so it doesn't actually do anything.
It's because they can't understand him.
The
They don't
flesh
speak common.
speaker. Good old flesh speaker.
It's still frozen.
So, right, this one doesn't actually have summit sensitivity. Oh no, that's the wrong stuff. That is Pariah. Attack rolls and stuff. As a bonus action, he is going to. He's gonna reach out towards Grebo again.
I mean,
I need
he's
you to
not
make-
reaching anywhere. He's
I
frozen.
need you to make a Constitution saving throw this time, Grebo.
Oof.
Okay.
no.
Every
This is
time we're
also
like,
a magical effect that matters.
every time we're like, oh, maybe it'll hit someone else, and then Grebo does a thing. We're like, no, never mind. Nope. Keeping that aggro.
Con save, you say?
Yes.
So that is 17 on the die, 17, 18, 19, 20, dirty 20.
You are fine. You
Nice.
feel like a black energy begin to peel up from the ground and begin to try and hurt you, but you fucking say, not today. And it backs right off. It's well scared of you. And big old boy is going to try and break out of some goddamn ice.
The necrotic energy
Finally
respects consent.
rolls like a 24. And there's a cracking sound as the big guy, in anger, begins breaking out of it and will use his movement to get right up in there between you.
Can you make a Constitution saving throw, please?
Oh, maybe.
Yeah.
A little. Put those
takes-
fours to use, girl.
He takes 8 points of necrotic damage. I don't know if that will harm him.
Yeah, it seems to. He goes cough cough. But he does seem very hurt as he kind of pushes forward those spores. You connecting with them, force them, and they just go into his ears and nose and mouth and eyes, and they begin to dry. And he coughs and splutters as he gets closer to both of you. Newt, it's Ute. What to do to finish him?
Alrighty. How bad is this big boy looking?
Oh, he's got some cuts and bruises.
Pretty bad.
Some cuts and bruises.
Mm-hmm.
How about some sunlight cuts and?
No,
I
not
feel
some
like-
sunburns.
I feel like I could have some more of those. It's been pretty hot recently, and I don't want him to miss out on this weather just because he's on the ground.
He's too pale. He needs
So-
a tan.
I'm gonna punch him. Does anything happen with advantages because of the sunlight or the light?
No.
Should not. Alright, cool.
It's just they
In
get
that case.
disadvantages.
First hit is a 25,
That hits.
and the second is a 22.
22 also hits.
2 sun punches coming right up.
2 sun punches coming right
Nice.
now.
8 and 6. 14 doubled to 28. Radiant
28.
damage.
As this creature comes barreling, splashing this acid water up past Hemlock, you see the tentacles reaching out aggressively. You see this angry, furious, alien but so human creature barreling towards these crystals to tear into your friends. And with just a quick pop of light that almost like channels and curls and coalesces in your hand from that beacon of light that Hemlock cast, slams into its chest and it buckles, and one to the head, and there is just a and burning, and the creature slams it with a splash at the base of the crystals. Uncachess.
Oh,
Smack,
Yeah.
smack. Bah. Is there anything else you'd like to do with your go?
now, I noticed that you said unconscious.
I did, didn't I?
Punch him
And you
again.
have definitely noticed many of these creatures be
Yeah.
unconscious and get up again.
New does not want to take the chance. So it's gonna walk around to here
Okay.
and is just like cocks his head back and forth, throws in he's gonna throw out a flurry of blows, throw in one punch towards this person on the ground.
Go for it.
That is a 21 to punch.
Yeah, you have advantage and then they count as crits.
Oh, yes. Should I roll damage?
It doesn't matter,
Roll-
no.
roll
Like, he,
for-
he,
yeah.
he fails 2 death saves.
Alright, cool. And then, just to be absolutely certain, I'll throw in another punch.
Go for it.
Oof. Glad I had advantage because one of those was a nat 1, but the other is a 19.
19. This creature is like slapped into the ground. The water still rippling away from it. You see half his face covered in like sand and gravel, and you just like pat, pat, smack his head, and it just like the first like dents the skull, and the second one just like implodes it, Walking Dead style. You are fairly confident he's not getting it back up again.
You just like shake his hand off, like, just need to be sure.
Is there anything else you'd like to do with your go?
I would like to, using his body as a bridge, hop over to here and stand next to Hemlock. Just be like, hey, what up?
Alrighty. Maybe. At the
I'm
start of
on
the
a
turn,
death save.
no. You back to life.
Ah,
Oh
Well,
shit!
oh fuck!
Can you make a charisma saving throw, please?
A charisma save.
Wait.
Is this magic?
Yes, but I will say this transcends what your little gnomish body can protect you from. Read.
Oh god, is she gonna come? Oh no.
I'm gonna come back as one of them.
Yeah.
Your alignment
Well,
flips.
there's a -1 to this, so
Oh
You'll be
god.
fine.
Come on, Maple.
I rolled fucking 20, so it's a 19.
Told you.
Holy shit, Maple.
Although this daylight is shining across this chamber, the first thing you see when you come to consciousness is that beacon of red in those crystals. And you feel that rage that has just faded, your snout just faded, that bestial primal nature begins to take hold and feel familiar. And then, no, what's happening? And you shake it off. And you
I'm
are,
on 1 hit
at the
point.
start of your turn, you are conscious of it.
Check it out.
Oh, nice.
And you look up and the two either side, you have arrows in them.
Cool.
Around
I'm gonna use my bonus action
Mhm.
to chug a healing potion.
Go for it.
Please.
Don't roll for the points.
Pardon?
It does max.
Oh, yay! So that's 10 hit points that I get. So I'm up on 11 now.
You are.
Nice, nice.
You have half movement to get up from prone and an action left.
Yes. Gosh.
And a bow.
And a bow. I do have a bow. So I'll use half my movement to get up. I will then move like 10 feet to here. And I'm gonna shoot this one.
Go for it. Roll attack.
That's an 18.
Hits. What's the damage?
10 damage.
10 damage. The bolt, the arrow slams into him, and there's a little detonation of force energy from it that wheels around Hemlock. You see a little splatter of blood that just misses you.
Which one's this one that just got hit?
Blue dot boy, still in acid.
Ah, this guy. Okay.
There we go. Anything else, Maple?
Nope.
Alrighty. This boy doesn't come back up again. Oh. Actually, delete the gun off the order, to be sure.
He gets knocked down, but
He
doesn't
does.
get back up again.
You're
This guy
definitely
gets
gonna
knocked
keep
No,
him
he's
down.
gonna come for me.
And I get knocked down.
He's coming for my butt.
This one's actually going to run towards Markos. He knows that you're weak. Markos has been a problem.
Oh.
Markos! He's coming towards you with teeth bared. That's a 14 and less.
Misses.
And the bite comes in, and that's a 16 to hit.
Misses.
It seems
Hell
very
yeah, brother.
unhappy having only just woken up. This boy
Angry after a nap.
He goes to bite your
he
bones.
does. And he's going to start running at Pariah, I think. Pariah's been far too safe for this whole time. Runs at Pariah and starts rolling some attacks. And I'll just... Pariah takes some damage.
Oofy, owie, ouchie.
As this one starts slashing into him and like gets hold of his wrist and bites down hard, and Pariah's like, "Oh no!" and punches him away.
Pariah!
The one that made this
Oh
shot.
no!
Oh no!
Pariah's really let this lordship go to his head.
Damn it! The one that's still in ice is you rolled that
Okay,
one, and he's
my bad.
very much still in ice.
Still
Rebo,
in the ice.
the corpse of the giant one slams into the ground. Newt strides over it, pounding its head into the floor. You are next to these crystals. What would you like to do?
So Grebo again pulls a hand out and he blows into it, but this time you see little crackles of lightning all around it. He throws it out with his hand to here. Wait, it's not doing it. God.
No, you got the
Two.
right
Can hold?
one selected.
Here.
Yeah.
See here?
Makes sense.
In a 20-foot radius, so that should get the crystals and the bad guys in.
Okay.
Well, this bad guy anyway. And I'm going to exempt my allies from it.
Okay.
And
With those sweet salt
it just
points.
expands
Hell
out
yeah.
this kind of crackling whirlwind, and it's a storm sphere.
Hell yeah.
So can this dude
Yeah.
and the crystals make me a strength saving throw?
Strength saving throw. Oh, he actually rolled quite well. That's a 17 plus 2. He rolled a 19. The crystals are crystal. They can't roll a strength save.
So it succeeds. It succeeds, so it doesn't take this damage. But the crystals take 11 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
Ooh.
And then on my bonus, for my bonus action, a streak of lightning is going to jump from the center of that spear and hit the crystals.
Ooh, go for it.
So they take. And that would be
I can see why they worship these crystals now. They can take a hell of a beating.
13
Oh,
points
13.
of lightning damage to them.
There is a explosion of lightning and thunder rolls through the chamber. Just weird because you're in an underground chamber, and because it's daytime and there's no clouds. And now there's just lightning explodes through the chamber. Hemlock and Newt, you see it kind of cracking around you and just kind of curving around you in this kind of like water around a stone in a river, and it jets between the Fetidar and the crystals, and you see more little shards begin to fall and break away. You see all the rest of these creatures now, like in desperation, half of them stuck in ice, still staring towards it, going, "No!" Maple, you feel a twinge in yourself as well, going, "No!" But then you shake it off. What?
I don't like this.
Grebo, is there anything else that you'd like to do when you go?
No, Grebo, he's gonna look. Does he feel that crystals are damaged enough now that he can get the blood from them and like just start to get what he needs?
From the shards that have fallen away, it appears that this whole set of crystals is solid, crystallized blood stuff, and appears to be the source of the magic in this chamber and what these creatures seem to be worshipping. You ascertain that the magical thing that you're probably looking for is these crystals themselves.
Yeah. Does he feel that there's enough of them for what he wants, or does he need to get all of them?
I'll say that there's like maybe a good 2 handfuls. I'm trying to think of like how pounds work, but Andrew has no idea what a pound looks like.
It's just less than 500 grams.
Okay, yeah, then there's like probably like 2 or 3 pounds of crystals that have now fallen to the ground. As far as its rarity and how much you'd want for your purposes, I'd say 3 could probably be enough. But there is maybe another 10 or so worth in the crystal that you can still break away or harvest.
Okay, yeah, Grebo, stay where he is.
Okay. Thea, atop your small stone tower, you see the various stars, some of them falling and staying fallen. What would you like to do?
She will turn back to this one here.
Go for it.
And move her hunter's mark onto there.
Perfect.
And shoot him
What?
using sharpshooter.
But wait, shooting people is illegal.
26 to hit on the first one.
Yeah, that hits. I will say all of these ones near the bottom, like aside from this guy and this guy, the 2 with the blue dots on them still, everyone apart from them are all on 1 hit point. They've all like gone down and come back up again.
Oh, okay.
They're all like almost zombified in the way that they kind of just going up and down and up and down.
Okay. Well, he will go down again then, because
Yeah.
29 hit points, 29 damage.
Oh. The arrow just like carves through, and like it almost leaves a shockwave that separates and opens up half his chest cavity, goes spinning to the ground behind you, Markos.
She will keep going with the ones that are next to her allies, basically. So
Go for it.
that one will miss. Oh, it's 10.
It's 10, alright. It will use its reaction to slippery dippery around the other side of the
hit.
Sorry?
10 to hit.
10 to hit, yeah. So it will use its reaction, so when you miss it with an attack, it will use its reaction to
Right.
slippery dippery and take cover behind Pariah.
What a dick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Douchebag. Is there anything else that you'd like to do?
Not really much else I can do right now.
Okay.
So no, staying where I am.
Alrighty. This broski is gonna scrambly dambly and can get to Grebo.
Con
He will
save.
Oh god. He rolled a 4.
Nope. That's 7 points of necrotic damage.
He begins running, and you can see he is ready to just barrel past you and Newt. But as he approaches within range of you, just like flick up towards him with your hand, and your spores just dive for his face. And he goes and just splats on the ground.
Dude, like gets a punch ready. It's like
It's the Gobblekins all over again. Come on.
Pretty much.
Oh wait, hang on, Andrew. Do
Hello.
these things count as humanoid?
Yes, they do.
gets back up again.
There.
Oh, fuck yeah.
As a mushroom zombie.
Yeah, it's mine now.
I'll put a purple dot on him and give you
All right.
control of him.
Thank you.
Controlled by Riona. Boop. he slams into the ground face palming, and you see like where the necrotic energy just broke apart his mouth and eyes. Like the hand plants itself in the ground and pushes up, and you just see like a veil where the skin pulls away, now just turning to mushroom, and as it pulls away, just blooms of glowing orange and pink, and begins climbing up. And you feel that your network, your spores have taken another to join in you. And with that, Hemlock, it is your go.
All right, I'm gonna turn to Newt and just say, I've got them. Look after Grebo. And as an action, I'm going to awaken my symbiotic entity.
Okay.
And I'm gonna walk in between these two here.
Okay.
With that up, and then as a bonus action, because there are people around him, I'm gonna send a 4th level healing word to Markos.
Okay.
You regain 3, 7, 11, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 hit points, Markos.
Hell yes, thank you. Yay, I'm on more than half.
Beautiful. Anything else for you, Hemlock?
That's action, bonus action, and movement.
Beautiful. It is the Fetadar's turn, who is in ice just next to you.
Can he make a con save?
Ooh, you roll a 14 plus 5, so a 19.
He succeeds, he's fine.
Alrighty. He will... You're like he tries to reach towards you, but you're just out of range, and so he's going to use his action to try and scrape himself out of some ice. And he rolled a 12. It's just like pulling away at this ice that is still gripping him to the ground.
Ice is so good.
This ice is big. Markos, it is your turn.
I think I'd shout out, how long to get these crystals? They keep getting back up. Hurry! And I will shoot this guy.
Okay.
It hits. It's a 28.
He goes down. He's on.
Got
he's
1
on
health. He's dead.
Yeah.
Cool.
Right, gives you a nod.
I'll give him a nod back. Fuck, I'll throw in a wink.
Whoa.
Go up
Flirty.
here,
He raises an eyebrow.
and I will shoot this one.
Go for it.
That's a 26.
26 hits.
Does that one also have 1 health?
No, this one has more than
Excellent. Has it taken damage?
that. It has, yes.
Okay, cool. So that's... I don't have Hunter's Mark on it. I have Hunter's Mark on the big guy, but he died. And I
He
didn't
did.
switch it. That's my bad.
I forgive you.
I don't forgive me.
It's okay.
So that is 8 plus 4 is 12 points of John DiMaggio's.
Nice. Yara sinks into him and he kind of like scratches and pulls it out as he's kind of frantically scratching out this ice. Is there anything
turn.
else you'd like to do? Alrighty. With that, the other Fetalar next to you, Hemlock.
I
Yes.
just want to say very quickly, the zombie technically acts directly after my turn. I forgot that part.
Perfect.
So
Okay, then if you want to make something,
he's gonna take a slash at the other one in the ice next to me.
go for it.
He
Roll
needs to
a
roll
zombie attack.
and roll it. I don't know what I'm adding to it, but he. The only action they can take is the attack action.
Go for it. Just roll a d20 and we'll see how close it is.
Okay. 16.
16 is its AC, so whatever it's plus, it will hit. If you want to find in your extras on your character sheet, you can add creatures. So if you want to like keep a zombie stat block there.
Oh, I'll see if I can do that.
Nice. For now, I will quickly just speed check a zombie attack. Zombie. 1d6 plus 1 bludgeoning damage. Did you roll a d6 and add 1?
4.
4.
Nice.
It fucking like rearing up. You see its ally petrified in fear, seeing its ally raised in this horrible fungal display, and stock still and terrified. Your zombie just swipes up and uppercuts it with a slam, and the one on the ice just goes limp and is knocked out on the ice.
Lip flop.
With that, it's his go, but oh boy, he's unconscious, and he perishes. He is not getting back up again. Pariah, what you gonna do, baby? Pariah is going to. Inspired by Gribo's display, will rush forward to near Markos, and will bring a hand back and lash it out towards the one still stuck in the ice by you, Hemlock. And he will cast Lightning Lure. And that creature will take some damage. Bap boop bap battle-a-doo. His eyes go from that dark blue and flare into a vibrant whitish blue as he rolls really good damage. 20 points of damage on a fucking cantrip.
Damn!
The one of the ice just goes and judders as that light energy crackles around it. You see the burns lacerate up its body, like that acid blood oozing from so many burns and scars. It's still standing but is unhappy. Newt, it is your turn. What would you like to do?
Newt is like, first of all, definitely spends a second or two just being distracted by Hemlock, being like, I've got this, going in and just fucking shit up. And it's kind of like, oh, fuck, wait, shit. And then it's gonna go over and help Gribo with the crystals.
Alrighty.
I just
You're breaking off bits. Go ahead and make a strength check for me.
Oh, okay. That requires a big boy die. That is a 7. He is dexterous, not strong.
7. You begin pulling and it's cracking a little bit, but you do feel like this kind of chunk of crystals can come away.
If he thinks it'll be faster, he will just punch them instead.
Sure. You throw some punches out and they begin to crack some more. They look like they're pretty close. They've taken quite a hefty beating from lightning and shatters so far.
Sweet. That'll be my turn.
Alrighty. Maple. You've clambered back to consciousness. The ones around you have run off to other people and been slain.
I am going to run to here.
Okay.
And I am going to shoot this one.
Okay. Go and roll your attack.
Yes. That is a 16.
16 just hits.
Ooh. Yeah.
Ooh, woo. Oh, whoa, what's this?
That is a 10 damage.
10 damage. The arrow streaks straight into their upper torso, and there's a slight delay, and his head just vanishes as it is knocked unconscious.
Does that mean I can go over there?
Would you like to teleport to it?
Yeah.
There is a slight, almost flick of time, and for a second, you are the arrow, and there's another flick, and Maple is bow in hand, both feet kicking this corpse down to the ground and almost riding it down as it collapses to the floor. And you make
as Maple arrives there, it gets back up again. This time with mushrooms, where its head was.
Fuck yes.
I will graciously step off, as it were.
Ride it as a mount.
Not that one up by the big boy. It's this one down by me.
And oh, you shot the one down that I thought you killed the other one.
did.
My mistake. Bap, boop, boop, beep, beep, boop. Bap, boop, beep. Oh yeah, that one also had not enough health. So he is still in ice, but like stands up. Would you like to make another attack, Maple?
Sure. I will go for this boy at the top.
Go for it.
Hiya! That's also, that is a dirty 20.
That hits.
10 damage again.
10 damage. How do you want to do it to the last standing, horrible, gross tentacled creature?
Hey.
Well, as I obviously get up off of this new zombie, I will aim towards him, and yeah, just as I do, just loose my arrow, and almost immediately, like, straight after it, and come down on top of his chest with my feet, and pull my arrow out of his neck, and just turn to Grebo like, we good?
The arrow comes out. There is a spurt of blood, and as a final crack between Newt and Grebo, you do manage to break away the large section of this crystal. As it dislodges, there is a of greenish black energy that just expands from it. And the Fethidar that you see, the few still remaining that are beginning to fall limp onto the ground. Whatever magic was preventing them from death finally dispelled.
Yeah.
And with that, we're going to end tonight's session.
Oof.
Sorry guys,
Holy
we went
shit.
on a little bit late. That
Oh,
took
boy.
a little while, and I didn't want to
That was a big boy fight.
carry this forward at the start of next time. Cognitive Merchant, guys, thank you so much for joining us.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you guys are around and it is available for you guys, we might have you back next week just to wrap this in a nice little bow.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, beautiful. Thank you guys. Thanks so much for giving us this awesome dice bag for the giveaway. Thanks for everyone that signed up for it, and congratulations to GM Hina?
GM here.
Hina.
Congratulations for winning this. I don't have to leave my house, but it will. Awesome. Thanks guys for joining us and for getting involved and for being active in the chat. I've been checking in on it more than I usually do, and it's been amazing. Thanks for joining us.
We love
And
you.
We will
Love
be.
you.
Love you all.
We'll see you in the socials. We'll see you on Monday for more content coming out, whether it's a lore drop, character bio, or a full campaign recap video. Amazing.
Amazing.
So yeah, well, you guys will see you on the socials on that, and next Thursday for the next episode of Chasing Tales. Thank you so much. Good night, everyone.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Mwah.